The meeting will come to order and the town meeting members will take their seats. Just a reminder for non-town meeting members, please make sure you're seated at the back of the auditorium. We will begin our meeting as we always do with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Thank you very much. We have a few preliminary matters this morning or this evening. It's been a long day. I hope you guys enjoyed your commute this morning. So there's been an unfortunate spate of pedestrian accidents recently in town. And as a result, we lost a member of the community. One of the town meeting members has asked that we appropriately have a moment of silence in memory of her this evening. Her name was Anna Vavalette, and she died as a result of a motor vehicle accident in town here near the Jenks Center. If you could please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. A reminder that the Veterans Day Parade will take place this Sunday, November 11th. It will step off from the Winchester High School at 10:15 a.m. We'll conclude at the Edward F. O'Connell Memorial Plaza near Town Hall. There'll be civic exercises taking place, including a keynote address this year by Kenny Tully, who's been a long-time social studies teacher at the middle school, track coach, and otherwise an integral member of the community in his support of the children in the public school system and elsewhere throughout the town. So worth putting that on your calendar, Sunday morning, 10:15, Veterans Day Parade, and address by Ken Tully. I would like to congratulate our state senators, Senator Lewis and Senator Jelen, on their reelection, and also our state representative, Mike Day, who's with us this evening. Congratulations. We appreciate your service. I'd also like to congratulate and thank the members of the community who ran for office but were not successful. Donna Padalano, who ran for the district attorney's office in Middlesex County, and John Kingston, who ran for the Republican nomination for the United States Senate seat. So we thank Ms. Padalano and Mr. Kingston for their participation. I'll remind you that John Volpe, last elected in 1966, is the last Winchester resident to win statewide. That was a while ago, so I'd encourage those of you similarly inclined to let's move things along. It's been 52 years. I know that my predecessor in this seat, Mr. Sullivan, tried to cure that by running for lieutenant governor. Unfortunately, his gubernatorial running mate was Christy Mijos. Christy, who liked you to think that he was really rich and liked to put his name on a lot of stuff, was just a little bit before his time, it turns out. So with respect to the meeting, we have a number of people here this evening from the community to speak on the planning board articles, particularly Article 11. And as a result, when we get to Article 11, we are going to take that out of order. So what we will do tonight is hear the reports under Article 1. We'll take a break for elections by precinct. We'll come back after the break. We'll move through Articles 3 and 4, and then the chair will entertain a motion to take Article 11 out of order. I expect that we likely will not complete the balance of the warrant this evening, and accordingly we will be back here on Thursday, November 15th, which I anticipate will be our final and second session of this fall town meeting. One request I have had from members of the town meeting is that when board members speak for or against a particular article, that they articulate in a few short sentences why the board is in favor or opposed to the article being considered by the meeting. One other final heads up tonight. During the course of the reports under Article 1, the town select board and others will be speaking at a little bit more length with respect to potential financial consequences for the community going into the next year, and as a result, those reports will be moderately extended. We will have fewer reports as all, though, so hopefully it'll be the same period of time. We'll just be hearing a little bit longer from some of the speakers to give them an opportunity to fully inform us on those issues. That having been said, this brings us to the preliminary motions of this meeting. It's moved and seconded that the following preliminary motions be voted as one. One, that Lisa Wong, Town Manager, Stacy Ward, Comptroller, Mark Tugett, Assistant Town Manager, and Town Council, who are not town meeting members, be permitted to sit at the front of the auditorium with the Select Board during all sessions of this town meeting. Two, that all members of the Finance Committee and their Secretary, whether town meeting members or not, be permitted to sit together at the front of the auditorium during all sessions of this town meeting. That those members of the Planning Board who are not members of the town meeting be permitted to sit at the front of the auditorium during all sessions of this town meeting. That the Town Clerk or her designee or the Assistant Town Clerk be permitted to occupy a desk on the platform during all sessions of this town meeting. That the moderator be authorized to permit department heads, petitioners of special articles, and members of various town boards, commissions, and committees to sit at the front of the auditorium during consideration of appropriate articles, and unless it be otherwise ordered, all adjourned sessions of this town meeting shall be held at successive Monday and Thursday evenings at 7:30 p.m. in the Winchester High School auditorium until the work of this town meeting is completed. That action on all motions involving appropriations shall be contingent upon compliance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, a law known as Proposition 2.5. The cable television coverage shall be permitted at all sessions of this town meeting. The preliminary motions having been made and seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? The motions pass. The chair now informs the meeting that with respect to the consideration of Article 11, that the chair has reason to recuse himself as the moderator of the meeting during the consideration of Article 11, and accordingly, the chair will entertain a motion to appoint an interim pro tem moderator for the consideration of Article 11. Yes, Mrs. Quinn.
I move to nominate Tom Howley to serve as moderator for Article 11 for this fall Winchester Town Meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Quinn. Is there a second? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Howley will take the chair during Article 11. This brings us to Article 1, the reports of the town members. Under Article 1, the first thing that we are going to do is to hear from the town manager. One second. As all of you know by now, Lisa Wong became the town manager just this month on November 1st. Lisa previously served 4 terms as the mayor of the city of Fitchburg. She was elected to that office at the age of 28. During her tenure as the mayor of Fitchburg, she was named the Conservationist of the Year from the Trustees of Reservations, the Blue Green Hero Award from the Ocean River Institute, School Committee Member of the Year from the Mass Association of School Committees, and Gateway Cities Champion Award from Mass Inc. She restored fiscal stability of the city of Fitchburg and notably increased the stabilization fund there and increased the bond rating several times. She has served as a research fellow for the Women's Pipeline for Change, Massachusetts State Director of the Young Elected Officials Network. She's a regular speaker at the National Education for Women Leadership New England, the Asian American Women's Political Initiative, and the Leadership Initiative for Political and Public Impact, and other leadership programs throughout the country. She's previously served as Executive Director for the Fitchburg Development Authority, which position she assumed at age 24, and as the Executive Director of the Women's Institute of Housing and Economic Development. She has taught global economics at the college level, worked in human rights, and holds a dual Bachelor of Arts degree in economics and international relations from Boston University, as well as a master's in economics from BU. Please join me in welcoming Lisa Wong, our new town manager.
So normally I would say that this would be my opportunity to welcome all of you and give you an overview of the town, but the reverse has happened, which is I have felt incredibly welcomed, and a lot of you have really helped give an overview of the town to me. So my speech will be shorter than my bio, and I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you very much. Further under Article 1, the Select Board, through its chairperson, Mr. Grensback. Mr. Grensback. Mr. Grensback will provide the Select Board's ordinary report in the first half of his report concerning the projects and what's going on in the community, and then following that report, we'll conclude with a report on the state of the town concerning the budget outlook going forward. Mr. Grensback.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen. I see it. The moderator is very generous in saying he'd allow a little extra time for these presentations. It's not quite the message he gave to me. He said, I have a 5:45 a.m. flight tomorrow morning, and I appreciate it if you keep it really short. So I will try. Okay. So the Select Board is very pleased to welcome Lisa as our new town manager. We have a very long list of issues for her to solve, but before we get to those, I'd very much like to thank the Town Manager's Selection Advisory Committee for their work, as well as thank our outgoing Town Manager, Richard Howard, and our town staff for their excellent work on the transition. Right, things like that. What I will do in this first piece of reporting is give you a very brief summary of the activities since the town meeting. I will rattle through these rather quickly. If you have questions, please ask us later. The new Skillings field is open. Lights are being installed now, and we hope to have them powered up shortly. The Field Development Council has funded and installed lights at the Knowlton Stadium on Manchester Field, so the town can now host night games as well as use the multi-sport field for early evening practices. The field's master plan, which the town meeting approved some time ago, is almost complete. The initial findings show that we have enough capacity today for our fall teams, but not enough for our spring teams. In the longer term, they're telling us we need more space, considerably more space, so the final report will begin to lay out options and costs for the town meeting to consider. The economy, the Boston economy, is doing very well. People are working, all of you, I hope, but we are being swamped by commuting traffic. We've asked the Traffic and Transportation Advisory Committee to suggest solutions and recommend priorities for dealing with cut-through traffic, speeding, and pedestrian and bicyclist safety. The initial focus, and they will speak to this a little bit later, has been on cut-through traffic and neighborhood safety. We have a considerable number of problems there. But the committee will also be looking at our badly congested corridors, including Highland Avenue and Lachlan and Ridge, where we get mile-long backups in the morning. Last month, we completed a community-wide assessment of our social services. The top issues were the high cost of living and housing, stress and substance abuse among students, social isolation among our elderly residents, and the lack of public transportation. A positive note was that we have the resources in town to address these issues, but not quite the coordination. So our next steps will be to look at better coordinating the delivery of our services to our residents, and that should make a positive impact. In October, we completed the town's first housing production plan. It is a baseline inventory of housing needs and opportunities, and a first step toward getting safe harbor from poorly planned 40B developments. In the meantime, the developers who proposed the large Forest Ridge and Holton Street 40B projects seem to have lost interest in those projects, so we are going to be looking for opportunities to develop smaller, more neighborhood-scale projects in the coming months and years. A related development project, the City of Woburn has given the green light to redevelopment of the former Atlantic Gelatin Craft Food site. This is off 93 below Montvale Avenue. The site would add, if they build it out as planned, 1.6 million square to 18,000 vehicle trips a day. It's a fairly sizable development. The only access at this point is onto Montvale Avenue. It's in Woburn, but we've told the state EPA and the developer that they must address stormwater runoff and flooding effects potential in Winchester, traffic in the entire area, and neighborhood impacts, particularly on the Sunset and Forest Street neighborhoods. A couple other points on infrastructure projects. The state's Energy Facilities Siting Board has approved Eversource's plan for a new 115,000 volt transmission line. It will run from under Pond, Woodside, Wildwood, Fletcher, Bacon, and Maine on the way to Medford and Everett. Construction will likely start next spring. We are currently negotiating the details of construction hours, traffic management, and the protection of abutters' properties, and we think we've been successful in those concerns. The state has also approved the installation of the 345,000 kilovolt line under Lake, Cross, and Washington Streets on a route to Stoneham and Wakefield. We have appealed that decision to the state Supreme Judicial Court, and we do not expect a decision until perhaps late in 2019. In the meantime, we have arranged a memorandum of agreement with Eversource that only one of those can be built at a time, and we're hoping the Supreme Court will move the other one to Woburn. Finally, the Capital Planning Committee will recommend funding the Swanton Street culvert. This is one of our two remaining and very critical flood mitigation projects, and we hope you will support it. And at Springtown meeting, we will report our plans to deal with the federal and state requirements, 10 years in the making now, to clean up stormwater runoff. Finally, I'm not sure this is staggeringly new news, but the MBTA has received funding to complete their plans for the reconstruction of the commuter rail station. The cost is now estimated at over $55 million, which happily the state will fund. Construction could start in 2020 or 21, but we're not sure at this point whether they will complete their engineering on time. So, Mr. Moderator, that completes the Select Board's initial report.
Thank you, Mr. Graham-Speck.
You want to change that? I've learned that you should not leave the water bottle on the podium because you can spill it very neatly into the computer and things disappear in a hurry. Okay. A second report. This report is the product of a working group representing, as you see on the slide, the Select Board, School Committee, Planning Board, Finance Committee, the Capital Planning Committee, and with considerable technical advice from the Town Manager and Comptroller, our department directors, and senior staff. The group has been discussing and looking at our budget future over the past 10 months, and as we promised at Springtown meeting, we are here tonight to report our findings. I would emphasize in particular that we are reporting findings, not recommendations. None of our boards or committees have voted on future budget recommendations or budget amounts. So this is the beginning of a discussion, not the end, and things like that. So key findings, and I will go into some of these in a little bit more detail, are first, that the town is growing again, but with that, our costs are increasing as we try to keep pace with this growth. That we have contained costs for the past 10 years by improving productivity, outsourcing services, and tapping our reserve funds. But that we have reached a tipping point in our spending where we must increase the town's revenues to offset those rising costs. If we do so, we can maintain current services and keep pace with foreseeable needs. If not, we must accept a slow but steady cutbacks in our town services. So let's start with the numbers. The town budget has been growing. As you see here, this is 1980 through 2015. Since 1980, our expenditures have been growing at about 5% a year, a bit lower, 4.6% during the 1980s and 90s, 1880s and 1990s, get that correct. A bit higher, 5.5% after 2000. And I would note that the FY19 budget, which we just approved at Springtown meeting, totaled about $120 million. So we're a very large corporation in some respects right now. We can get a better picture of our expenditure pattern if we adjust the budget numbers to take out the effects of inflation. What this chart shows is all the budgets from that same year is calculated in 2015 dollars, so this levels it out. What you see is our spending was relatively flat from 1980 through 1995, but started growing again in 2000, and it began to shift up. Short answer, why? Well, it's because the town started growing again. We've plotted it here from 1950. In 1880, we have information, but that's a much smaller population. It's growing again. What we found is the population peaked in the 1970s at about 23,000, then dropped during the 1980s, 1990s, bottoming out at about 21,000. However, by 2000, town's population was growing again, and the current estimates are that by 2020, population will again be at 23,000, perhaps a bit higher with that. The big impact has been on schools. Our school enrollment growth have grown even faster. We've added 1,500 students in the past 20 years. That's a 30% increase. 800 of them in the past 10 years. And the school's master plan projections estimate that we're going to could see another 700 or so students in the next 10 years. So a very sizable growth pattern. And of course, all the parents who have children think their children should be educated, so they're putting them in the schools. So, okay. This growth is reflected in our budget. 2/3 of the town's budget now goes to educating our children. It's our major industry, and it's a fairly sizable one, and I think fairly effective. But the other reason costs are up is because we've been repairing failing buildings, roads, water and sewer lines that were not consistently maintained during the downturns in the 1980s and 1990s. As many of you are aware, major improvements such as the reconstruction of the high school and our flood control projects are funded by separate debt exclusion overrides. But most smaller capital improvement projects to maintain almost all of our buildings and the systems are funded by appropriations from the operating budget that then go into the capital and building stabilization funds. And as you will hear later from the Capital Planning Committee, neither the capital nor the building stabilization fund has enough money to keep up with today's capital needs. We're running very short there. So you might ask, are we doing anything to contain costs? And the answer is yes. Proposition 2.5 put towns and cities on a diet, and we've been doing that. We have reduced expenditures by improving productivity, outsourcing services, and tapping our reserve funds. As examples, we have cut DPW staff by 34%, cut police and fire by 9%, lowered energy costs by several $1 million a year, and increased fees. We now charge students, I think, about $350 a year to participate in sports, $400 to play in the band, and so on. Only the school budget has been increased, and that's to keep up with a 30% growth in enrollments. To balance the budget without cutting services further or jamming up the fees, we've been using more and more and more of our reserve funds, but we're running out of those reserve funds. By 2021, the comptroller and the FinCom estimate that the reserves will have dropped below our policy guideline of 6%, and by 2022, at the current rate, we'll have drained that fund completely. So our ability to patch up the revenues is disappearing quickly. The bottom line is that we need to to maintain our current services and keep pace with foreseeable needs. We think we need an additional 10 to 11 million to support the operating budget, and 2 to 3 million to replenish the capital and building stabilization funds. Now, as best we can estimate, these amounts should carry us for at least the next 5 to 8 years, and hopefully the next 10 years. To do this, we must vote an operating override. An operating override funds a permanent increase in the town's property tax revenues. It requires a townwide vote to override the Proposition 2.5 tax levy limit. An override would authorize a lump sum increase in the tax levy limit, but town meeting, you folks, will control how much of those additional funds are used and how quickly. We would expect that our expenses to ramp up moderately over the next 5 to 8 years, certainly not to jump up the day after we vote the override. The town has voted overrides about every 10 years. In 2002, we voted a $4.5 million override. It's worth about $6.5 million in today's dollars. And in 2008, we voted a $1.35 million override, or worth about $2 million in today's dollars. For better or for worse, we're due again. The 10-year cycle is with us. It will have an impact on your taxes, obviously. It will increase them. Today, our residential tax rate puts us above Melrose, but below Hingham and Needham. The override would shift our tax rate from the low end among our peer towns to about the midpoint. That is from about $11.50 per thousand to a little over 13. In the tax bill then for a single family, because the houses in Winchester are worth considerably more, would move up as well. The tax bill for an average single family home would increase from about $12,000 per year to about $13,500 over the next 5 to 8 years. This would set us above Arlington, Belmont, and Weston, but still below Bedford, Lincoln, and Concord, if that makes you feel better, something like that. And we can arrange the towns equally if you like. Using round numbers, however, if we vote a $12 million override and you own a single-family home assessed at about $500,000, then you would pay about another $600 a year, and that would be stepping up, depending on how much town meeting wants to spend, to about $800 over the 5 to 8 years. Likewise, if your home is worth $1 million, then you would likely pay about $1,000 more a year, but again, stepping up towards $1,600, so they would be spread out over a period of time. We can't, and obviously don't need to tonight, to decide this issue, but we must start talking about it with an eye toward making a decision next spring. We can choose to maintain our current services, keep pace with foreseeable needs. That means we would be able to, as the list shows up here, keep up with projected school enrollments, a critical problem, maintain class sizes, update our educational programs to remain competitive with our peer schools, keep enough police and fire to meet minimum accreditation standards, complete the flood mitigation program, that is rebuilding Swanton Street and the Morocco Railroad culverts, critical for the north part of town, and maintain our buildings so that we don't have to pay double for them in 5 and 10 years. Or we can choose to accept a slow but steady cutback in our services. That would mean the obverse, larger class sizes, fewer teachers, smaller DPW, police, and fire departments, higher school and town fees, more potholes, the probable loss of our AAA bond rating, which would mean it would cost us a lot more to borrow, and the risk of lower property values over time. So next steps, starting after town meeting, we will host a series of information sessions for the town's boards, committees, precinct caucuses, businesses, civic group, PTOs, any and all of you who are interested in the future well-being of the town. We will walk you through our current and projected budgets. We will bring coffee along with that. But the choices, and look at the choices we have for the future and the level of services we're offering in the town. Early next year, the select board, if we decide to move forward, will recommend a final override amount and bring it before a special town meeting. Then in March, Winchester will be asked to vote on that override question on the town election ballot. So it's an important decision for the town, but I would note that despite the sort of sticker shock, we are in rather good position today to consider an override. The economy is growing, town is growing. We are in very good financial shape relatively, and we are very well managed, and we are closely advised on how to manage our operations by dozens of town meeting and citizen advisory committees, which is an invaluable component of Winchester. So I thank you very much for listening to our report, and I look forward to discussing our budget options with you over the next few months.
Mr. Grensback.
Moderator, that concludes our report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Winchester School Committee through Mr. Chris Nixon. Mr. Nixon. Mr. Grensback, Mr. Nixon was 39 seconds over his limit.
Ooh,
An admirable goal for you.
the pressure is on. Matt, do I have presenter remarks available here? While Matt is configuring this for me, I want to welcome Lisa. It's a pleasure to have you here tonight. My remarks tonight are my two sort of sets of presentations will be compressed into one.
Give it a second.
Okay. Everybody hear me okay? So in June this spring, we said congratulations and farewell to 315 graduates of the Winchester High School. That is 17% increase in the number of graduating seniors since my last fall report to you in 2014. So let that soak in for a moment. 4 years, 17%. Growth will be a theme in my presentation this evening. Lots going on the capital front in Winchester with our capital school projects. 3 new classrooms in the Phase 1 expansion of McCall Middle School were ready to go for the start of school, and we appreciate your support. The new pedestrian connector opening later this week links the library and gym wings, providing full accessibility to and from these spaces. And of course, the connector now encloses and creates a wonderful outdoor classroom space for use in the shoulder seasons. The big lift, of course, is Phase 2 at McCall, and that includes the 3-story, 6-classroom addition off of the E-wing, an expanded cafeteria for our larger student body, new athletic team rooms, public toilets, as well as workspaces and break spaces for teachers and staff. That project is on schedule to be complete Phase 2 by the fall of 2020. Well, there's news to report on at Lynch as well. In the spring, the school committee resubmitted statements of interest for the replacement of the Morocco and Lynch Elementary School to the Massachusetts School Building Authority. In June, we learned that Lynch had made a preliminary cut from over 80 submissions and is now among 28 projects under consideration. Last month, the state sent a senior team from the MSBA to visit Lynch, and we will hear before the end of the month if the school will be recommended to the executive board for a replacement feasibility study. Stay tuned. Design work continues for future elevator installations at the Mystic and Parkhurst schools to make those buildings fully accessible. And we will also advertise the RFP for schematic design at the Carriage House to support the relocation of central office from the Parkhurst School. In September, the school committee adopted a new district improvement plan with 6 goals, 4 focused on students and very much at the core of our development of a needs-based budget for FY20. We seek to support and improve our students' social, emotional development and wellness, support instruction that meets the needs of our individual learners across all classrooms and grade levels through training and evaluation of our existing practices and structures. We support high levels of academic achievement, and we as well want to expand our efforts towards ensuring we have a welcoming, supportive, and inclusive environment in the district for all. Our 2 new goals for the year include working with the EFPBC and Town Hall to support our school building projects, and last and certainly not least is developing a strategy to ensure sufficient resources for an FY20 needs-based budget next year and for years to come. And this last goal is the segue to our case for a spring override as we take stock of the budgetary pressures and needs of today and look forward 5 years. It's simply all about our growth. In 2007, we were a district of just under 4,000 students, and by 2017, we'd seen over 17% growth in our student population over a period when statewide enrollment continued to fall. The 2017 master plan projected a 10-year growth rate of nearly 16% by 2026. That's very similar to the previous decade. It's a sustained double-digit phenomenon that sets us apart from most other Massachusetts districts. You'll remember last fall, we engaged the UMass Donahue Institute in an independent third-party review for a second opinion of the 5 and 10-year enrollment forecasts. This team reviewed projections in light of regional population growth, job sector growth, personal wage growth, and trends in transportation, housing demand, and availability. The team found enrollment in Winchester is expanding in response to the underlying dynamics of population and job growth in Massachusetts and in the Metro Boston area. The Commonwealth has become the fastest growing state in the Northeast, and Winchester is growing at a faster pace than both Massachusetts and the U.S. as a whole. Jobs growth in the very places where Winchester residents work has been increasing faster than the nation and other parts of Massachusetts. Nearby opportunities in finance, technology, and healthcare within commuting distance from Winchester are adding to the town's appeal for highly educated workers, further stimulating population growth. And finally, in considering Winchester's residential development trends, the Donahue Institute determined the town's development pipeline further supports a scenario of future growth, with the master plan's enrollment projections to be squarely on track with regional demographic and economic trends. So, now that we have 2 years of enrollment data, how exactly are we doing? Well, our district has grown by 132 K-12 students, or just under 3%. At this rate, we will exceed 15% growth by year 10. But what's important to understand this evening is that this growth to date comes without a single shovel in the ground for a major 40B project. Steady growth in families and in migration through home sales contribute to our steady increase in school population, but so too does pending subdivision activity on Upper Forest Street associated with the Leggett-McCall development in Woburn that Lance described, or the proposal on Highland Avenue. Winchester continues to see townwide demolition permits issued at between 20 to 25 per year and is considered conservatively to support the 40 and 35 additional housing units projected in our 5 and 10-year time frame. The planning department has noted that most of the demo permits issued are for 2 and 3 bedroom properties, yielding 4 and 5 bedroom homes, as well as multifamily. It was not clear to us in the spring of 2017 if the rezoning of the Central Business District was generating housing, and therefore it was not accounted for in the master plan. With the passage of time, however, we can now see and measure the new housing in the Central Business District. The first multi-use redevelopment project with housing units has since been completed, and larger projects are coming. Just last month, the first hearing was held for a 32-unit development on the site of Fells Hardware, and others are pending. Although the large Holton Street project has not moved forward, as Lance mentioned, the ZBA has approved the 96-unit 40B project on Cambridge Street. A developer received a project eligibility letter from Mass Housing for a parcel on Highland Avenue, and the Waterfield project, originally understood by the master planning team as 50 micro-units with little student enrollment impact, is now expanded in size and scope to be up to 75 units and could bring up to 30 students. So with the backdrop of our unique and sustained growth, we look to the spring for an operating override that gets us caught up with the constraints of enrollment, not just in maintaining our class size guidelines, but in establishing the resources necessary for thoughtful and much-needed program improvements or new initiatives, which could include expansion of world language to lower grades and providing full-time teaching aides in our all-day kindergarten program, just to name a few. We could expand our athletics programming to accommodate a larger student body and or more fully develop offerings for our middle school students in the visual and performing arts. Our ongoing curriculum reviews in math and science point to much-needed investment. And of course, we must remain competitive in the labor market so that we can attract and retain the best teachers and staff. Recognizing that salaries make up such a significant portion of the school budget, how does our per pupil spending measure up against our peer districts? It should come as no surprise that we're at the bottom of this list. But let me be clear that while the school committee would be thrilled to have the resources of a Weston, a Lincoln, or a Wellesley, the coming spring override will not put us on top of the heap. At best, we may leapfrog Westford, may only trade places with Belmont. Let's look at how Winchester's per pupil spending stacks up against the state as a whole. You've been hearing for years that we spend less than the state average, and this does remain true today. But if you take a close look at our trend line, you'll see that the gap is actually widening each year. This is unsustainable. For this school year, right now, our per pupil spending is some $2,400 below the state average, and that corresponds to a state spending level 5 years ago in FY12. How can we support the present needs of our students and invest in their future when our funding levels are out of a page from the past? And what's the alternative? The school committee and superintendent will develop a second budget for FY20, should an override not be successful. Given the timing of Springtown meeting and the need to be prepared to vote a budget for FY20, this austerity version is difficult to imagine, but is a necessary evil. You all know how much I like to weave a quote into my town meeting presentations. My inspiration tonight came from a summer visit to the Connecticut home of Mark Twain. All we really need to do to affirm his estimation of what makes a nation great is to simply follow our mission, which is to provide all students with an outstanding education in a nurturing and challenging environment that fosters academic achievement, healthy social and emotional development, enthusiasm for education, and a lifelong love for learning. I look forward to our conversations running up to the spring. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Well done. We'll now hear from the Capital Planning Committee through its member, Mr. McPeak.
I've been told that my presentation is a bit stark and spare, and that's probably appropriate for the state of the capital budget in the town. So in order to understand what the implications are going forward and whether we see an override that passes or doesn't and its effect on capital, we need to understand a little bit about the current state of the funding. And so please bear with me if you understand some of this, but I doubt that everybody understands all of it. In 2002, the town created two stabilization funds, the Building Stabilization Fund and the Capital Stabilization Fund. And that was to address a mounting burden of capital projects that we had backlogged. And unfortunately, we then sort of went into a hyper-spending spree on those projects to fill those back in. And we also bonded against those funds in order to be able to achieve those projects. So very quickly, within a few years, the Building Stabilization Fund was essentially reduced to servicing debt on those projects. And you can see that it's only generating about $300,000 a year now at this point. The Capital Stabilization Fund fared better than that, but it also took on debt as we were going forward. Those funds will not be rid of that debt until the middle of the next decade. So the town very quickly afterwards said, we're going to have to come up with some new form of funding to create or to manage the capital projects that we have. We created this idea of retiring debt, and you can read about retiring debt in the capital planning report, but basically it's an allocation from the general fund every year that's appropriated in town meeting and placed into the capital stabilization fund. Town managers in the past have said, you're still not spending enough on the capital projects and in the capital budget of the town. And they have offered up $220,000 historically and placed that from free cash and placed that into the capital stabilization fund. So what are the things that are capital projects in this town? Well, how big is the problem? We have 73 miles of roads in the town, 8 traffic signals, 16 bridges and culverts that have to be maintained and plowed. And as I understand it, we plow more than the 73 miles because we also plow the private roads in town. We have 26 major buildings and structures and 1.3 million square feet of space in the town that needs to be maintained. Those 26 buildings all have roofs that periodically need to be replaced. Most of them have heating systems and electrical systems and plumbing systems that need to be renovated. So it's a rather large problem. We also have 7 major fire vehicles, those being the pumpers, the ladder trucks, the ambulances that we have to purchase and replace periodically, over 100 vehicles within the DPW. And the DPW basically is able to do its job through these vehicles, whether it's taking away our trash from the transfer stations or plowing the roads in the winter and salting them and cleaning the streets in the summer. There are 9 major athletic fields and courts in the town that are supported through the capital planning process, a townwide public safety radio system for the fire and the police that we're in the process of renovating, and 15 buildings collected through the town's fiber network. These are just examples of the big, broad problems that we have. If you look at a few things that we're doing this year, I want to talk about not so much about what they are, but how they are. So we're going to replace the library heating system this year, we hope, but that is a project that has been on our radar for years, and the Building Stabilization Fund could not afford that in any one year. So we've had to hold off and bank funds from the Building Stabilization Fund for a number of years in order to be able to afford that, and that's exactly what we'll do this year. The DPW roofs problem building is something that you might recognize from before, and this is an example of the cost of delaying and the rapidly rising costs of capital projects in the town. We're going to ask for a supplement to this because the cost of those projects has almost doubled in a few years. The public safety radio upgrade is a great project for us because we were able to spread it out over 4 years instead of having to take one great big bite and then push everything else off to the side. The Lynch ceiling asbestos tiles popped up this year, and this is a great example where something pops up every year, and something like this, which is a health and safety issue, immediately rises to the top, and then something that we were hoping to get done gets pushed back into the backlog behind it. The town hall and public safety emergency generators are trying to keep the system's going, and all of these things are just the sort of things we expect are just always going to work. We're going to reconfigure the intersection at Highland and Main, and that's fortunately a high priority. I think that's the number 2 intersection in town in terms of accidents. So as we look down the line, though, there are some very, very, very big projects that we have coming. The Waterfield Bridge, I don't know if you all know, during routine inspection, we found that there was a hole underneath it. That's going to require us at some point, it's structurally sound, engineers have evaluated it, structurally sound, but we are going to have to take down the roadway, get down, and rebuild the bridge from the bottom up, and that's a big job, and it's going to require a lot of money, and we're currently squirreling away funds to do that, not this year, hopefully next year. The final flooding projects that you're all aware of, we're hoping that we will be, hopefully after this meeting, we'll only be down to 1. And the last one is the Morocco Railroad Bridge culvert. That's a very big project for us. But once we get that done, we can go back to FEMA, and we will have removed a lot of people out of the floodplain, and we can go back to FEMA and ask to get that area remapped and save our neighbors in those areas on flood insurance, and we will have indeed improved the quality of their lives. There are $11 million in critical school repairs slated over the next 5 years. And yes, a lot of those are related to Morocco and to Lynch. And yes, we're hoping to replace those schools. But as my school committee friends are fond of telling me, no matter what we do, we're going to be living with those schools for a number of years, and we're going to be doing a lot of those repairs, and we're going to have to come up with that cash somehow. West Side Fire Station, it's debatable about what we're going to do there. It's been recommended that we replace it. It was built in '72, and whether it meets the requirements of the west side of the town, where most of the expansion has gone on since that time, it would be a big number in order to replace that. And also, just to let you know, replacement fire equipment coming due on schedule over the next year or two is about $1 million worth of equipment. Reality is, well, the stabilization funds were never really built to provide all of the capital requirements of the town, and we've bonded them out to the point that they can't provide for the basic requirements of the town. This year we had $20 million in capital requests, and over the next 5 years we can project out $66 million worth of capital requests. We're not going to be able to do all of that, obviously, but we're not even coming close to scratching the surface. The real stark issue is, if you recall back at the first slide, most of the funding right now for capital projects is coming from the retiring debt number and the town manager's contribution. There is still some other funds there, but that's a big chunk. And if we don't have an override, slowly but surely that money will be consumed in supporting the operating needs of the town. And then we'll be down to the very limited amounts of funds that still exist in the 2 stabilization funds. What will happen then is, when a big project comes along, like a roof repair or a big piece of equipment that we need to replace, we'll have to bond it. And then the next year, the amount of funds that we have will be reduced by the amount of debt service on that piece of equipment. And that process will continue until eventually all of those funds are just dedicated to servicing debt. And at that point, the next time you're going to see us up here, we're going to be asking you for a debt exclusion override just to fix a roof or to buy a dump truck. And none of us want to be in that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McPhee. This brings us to the report of the Planning Board. Mr. Jarius, its chairperson, D.F. Jarius.
Forward, backwards. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, Winchester. Responsive and responsible. That's the type of residential and commercial development that Winchester needs and deserves, and which this body has been working towards. Responsive development takes into account the needs of the community. It revitalizes our moderately sized and priced homes, provides affordable housing for our younger adults and for our seniors who wish to downsize. It provides space for traditional commerce, as well as for the entrepreneurs who will build our future economy. It provides jobs and tax revenue to support our community. Responsible development celebrates the architectural and natural characteristics of our neighborhoods. It blends with their scale, enhances their environment. It integrates the new with the old, improving what we already have. What kind of development do we see now? On the residential side, we find high-end houses priced beyond the reach of most of our households, built upon freshly cleared lots where moderately priced homes once stood. There are very few net additions to our housing stock. This graph shows the history of housing prices, and while it doesn't break out newly built housing, units built since 2010 are typically selling at or higher than the 2017 values in this graph. And if you can't read them, single-family homes are averaging around a little over 1 million. Condos are around, yep, am I getting that right? Yes. Condos are around 561,000. What about commercial development? Over the last 5 years, finished, permitted, and proposed projects in the Center Business District and at the north end of Main Street would result in a net total of 0 new commercial units and 63 new residential units. What this table is showing you is there are 5 developments which are either proposed or under construction or have been built. And you can see that it gives you the number of residential units before and after and the number of commercial units before and after. We are not seeing any new commercial development. New commercial units are assessed at approximately 2.5 to 4 times less than residential units in the same building, which is why we're not seeing a lot of commercial, because you can build residential units and get a lot more money. Our town will continue to grow and attract new residents. Our school population will continue to grow. These are good things. But without additional development guaranteeing positive revenue, this will lead to increased tax burdens on the very residents we need to retain, our seniors and young adults. In order to lessen the burden, we need more new, pure commercial development. But we must be careful. Winchester's commercial corridors and centers are bordered by densely populated neighborhoods, which already bear the brunt of through traffic, overspill, and cut-throughs. By being judicious about where large-scale structures are built, we can responsibly develop these corridors without sacrificing these heavily burdened neighborhoods. But that's only part of our story. This graph shows you something which came out of the Housing Production Plan. The completed Housing Production Plan, approved by the Select and Planning Boards, highlights our incredible need for more affordable housing for our current residents. Almost 30% of Winchester households spend more than 30% of their income on housing. This is defined as their cost burden due to their housing. And these are our most vulnerable residents. These are the people who do not have a seat at the table when developers decide what type of housing to build in Winchester. There is no simple solution to these problems. We can't stop building housing because we're afraid of the financial impact on the town. We need that housing, but we need the right mix of housing. We need to do more to drive pure commercial development, but we need to do it in such a way that we don't further degrade nearby neighborhoods. So, how do we move forward on this? Over the last several years, with help from town meeting, a broad range of studies have been produced which provide a strong foundation for future efforts. Over the past year, the town government has worked with the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission to analyze Winchester's housing needs and create a housing production plan with a comprehensive list of steps that we can take to improve our housing situation. While the plan can be seen as a first step in reducing the probability of Chapter 40B development, we should also view it as a vital tool to improve housing opportunities for all of Winchester's residents. Thanks to an allocation from this body, we have contracted with our new consultant, J.M. Goldson, to replace our 60-year-old outdated master plan with a dynamic new one. The master plan will enumerate the town's values and its physical characteristics, as well as express our vision for the future. It will also provide a roadmap for constructing policy and rules for achieving that vision. The master plan will be completed by the spring of 2020. Implementation of its recommendations will require several additional years. The first components, the community survey and focus group interviews, have been completed, giving us a much greater insight into residents' concerns. And yes, you can read that. It's up on the town's website. It's off of our planning department website. While plans are necessary, they are not sufficient. We have had plans before, and we have acted upon them, but with disappointing results. When we look at why our neighboring communities have succeeded where we have not, there are many reasons, but one thing stands out. They made the decision to proactively make the connections, perform the groundwork, and ensure that development occurs. When development occurs, it does it on terms which benefit their towns. Winchester has traditionally relied upon what I'm going to call it the zone it and they shall come philosophy. This does not work. As this comparison shows, and what this is showing you is the staffing that neighboring towns put into community and economic development. These are their planning boards. And as you can see, Winchester is in alphabetical order, but it's also at the bottom in terms of the number of staff we put into this. As the comparison shows, we lack significantly in our investing in planning and economic developing staff. At a future meeting of this body, we intend to propose an increase in our staff resources so that we can better foster and guide development. Currently, our one town planner, wherever he is, he's probably taking a nap right now. He works an awful lot. We hope that you will consider that. Meanwhile, time does not stand still. We are facing developments which steadily erodes that which we value and wish to keep. As we have in the past, we have brought before this town meeting articles that which we believe will protect and enhance the shared values of our town. We will continue to do so in the future, to challenge town meeting, to debate and act on how we can preserve the best of Winchester while preparing it for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. And the report of the Finance Committee through its chairperson, Mr. Aaron Cotillo. Mr. Cotillo. Still trying to get over the fact there's only 8 traffic lights in town.
If you wish, sure. Okay. You know, you can be lazy if you want to talk. Yeah. We'll just put out your wish.
Okay. Good evening and thank you, Mr. Moderator, Select Board, town meeting members, other committee members, residents, and staff. I'd also like to extend a special welcome from FinCom to our new town manager. Tonight I'll provide FinCom's typical wrap-up of FY18. We'll talk about what concerns us moving forward, as well as give some insight to our planning and analysis associated with the override discussion to date. Jumping right into 2018 revenues, budget for FY 2018 was $112.8 million, excluding free cash used to balance the budget. I'll speak more about this in a bit. Actuals turned out to be $114.1 million, creating a surplus of $1.3 million budget to actual. Obviously very good. This represented a year-over-year growth of $4.4 million or 4%. Highlights of the 3 buckets that make up revenue, total taxation, state aid, and local receipts, show that local receipts, primarily motor vehicles and some energy rebates, led the way in terms of driving that surplus, contributing 1.047. So remember, people keep buying those new cars. We appreciate that. Also of note, total property taxes grew by 4.38% over FY17 to $88.6 million, up from 84 in FY17. Again, all very good. Jumping into expenditures, our spring town meeting voted expenditures ultimately grew to a final number of 116. Actuals were 115.1 million, which was only 98.6 of budget, which is also good. This represented a 2.2 million or 2% increase over FY17. Highlights of key departments' expenditures show education at 48.1, undistributed personnel benefits at 15.7 million, funded debt at 12.4 million, public safety at 9.3 million, DPW at 7.1, general government at 4.4, down year over year, undistributed at other at 3.2 million. And of note here are turnbacks that we received of $1.65 million, meaning 1.65 million that was budgeted was not used. More about these turnbacks. First, the 1.65 million was actually down from what we saw in FY17. It was up from FY16. The point that I'd make clear here is that turnbacks are not a windfall. They're rather somewhat of an expectation. As for some specifics associated with some of those, FinCom turned back $333K. Yay, FinCom. Before I pat myself on the back, though, keep in mind that town meeting last year replenished over 150K because there was a lot of spending that was going on, tapping into the FinCom reserve fund. And you can see some of the others that returned: public safety 329, energy at 238, and DPW at 108. Now, the FinCom reserve fund, a little bit more about that. As a reminder, this is the $400K fund that is allocated to Finance Committee to allow us to fund one-time extraordinary expenses, right? I want to make sure that this isn't being confused with the operating reserves, because we'll talk about that more in a minute. In FY18, larger uses approved were $59K for McCall Phase 2 design. That was a funding timing issue. $40K for Phase 1 construction for McCall. That was an unforeseen contingency issue. So you get the sense of what these are being used for, and you can see some of the other highlights there. Now, lastly, on expenses, it's important to understand where we how we're using direct use of free cash to fund projects. I'm not going to read through all of these in the interest of time, but suffice it to say we're seeing increasing growth in our use of free cash over the past few years. So from 1.7 million used to 2.1 to 3.7 from FY16 to FY18, we see a pretty considerable bit of growth there. So how does FY18, which was a solid year, contribute to some of the town's key financial health indicators? Well, from a free cash standpoint, continuing there, we see certified free cash total 8.33 million, strong, but down compared to the 9.58 million at the end of FY17. Our gold standard financial health indicator, operating reserves, while also strong, also declined from 12.9 to 11.8, with that 11.8 representing 10.33% of total revenues and transfers in. I should note that free cash is derived from and thus a component of the undesignated fund balance of operating reserves. So while the two are not the same, they are very closely related. I'd also pause here to remind everyone that yes, 10.33% is above the Select Board's policy target of 6 to 10%. Having this range of reserves, it's good practice. This is our piggy bank, right? However, this is where I'm also going to continue the narrative that prior FinCom chairs have begun. FY18 was a very good year. Our operating reserves are strong, but if we continue, we see some concerning trends. And I'd say that apropos of our situation, and if we continue, I would just say that winter is coming. So here's a stark chart, if you will, to show that. No pun intended. This chart underscores and shows that forecasted budgets, based on Finance Committee's analysis of past budget and application of revenue and expense trends moving forward, basically 2 points to highlight here. The first is that we have been in a situation of deficit budgets, represented by the gap between the blue revenue and the red expense bars. And we are funding these with with free cash, which I'll talk about in a second. And then the second point to highlight here is that operating reserves, shown by the green line, will decrease rapidly. The percentage itself is going to decline simply by the fact that the denominator, revenue, goes up year to year. But then the deficit budgets requiring use of that free cash component that I talked about to make up the gap compounds the decline. So these assumptions, of course, can be tweaked, and we've run a lot of different scenarios. However, the end result of all of these shows declining operating reserves on a path that we would consider unsustainable. Now, this chart shows the last 3 most recent voted budgets and the free cash and non-recurring source of funds, overlay funds, required to close those budget deficits. We saw $960K in FY17 used, $1.2 million in FY18, and then most recently, $2.2 million of free cash used to plug the gap in what we voted at the Springtown meeting. Overlay monies are monies held aside to fund tax abatement and exemption decisions for property taxes, and in our case, $863K and then $465K most recently were released by the Board of Assessors over the past 2 years. If not, we would have required more free cash to balance the budget at Springtown meeting. Now, lastly, and not to belabor the point, but former FinCom Chair Sam Allison showed this slide a year ago, projecting the decline in operating reserves. And in fact, we ended FY18 almost exactly at the percentage shown here. We were at 10.33 instead of the 10.2 that's shown. Again, FinCom is just using historical trends to forecast. The analysis isn't perfect, but the path is relatively clear. Our current budget trends show that we're at best treading water and more accurately sinking, which forces action in the form of either or operating override and or spending cuts. Now, in the override analysis that Lance spoke of, FinCom's role in keeping with the purpose of our committee has been one of historical and technical analysis of financial impacts. Specifically, FinCom members, huge thanks to Matt Murata, Sam Allison, and Nicole Soto, took our 3-year plan, which we update every year to forecast ahead, and we expanded it. We went back 6 more years in terms of historical results, and then we extended it forward by 10 years. We did this to set a baseline of analysis, right? And in parallel, the policy-making boards and committees looked at unmet needs in the town, many of which you've heard in the prior presentations, right? The associated expenses or costs to meet those needs formed the basis for that override range that Lance showed. And then I'd also add that FinCom took those numbers and then we plugged them into that analysis as well to vet those also. So looking forward and to recap, we have numerous challenge areas to keep a close eye on. Our current budgeting assumptions are unsustainable. We cannot continue to maintain current services and spending, much less additional needed services or unmet capital needs, at the current pace. And as you've heard from the presentations before this one, the unmet needs are considerable and include some that I've listed here. Don't forget OPEB, by the way. As a result, we'll start to see increasing pressure on our ability to maintain operating reserves in accordance with our own policy. This policy and our ability to stay within it is one indicator of financial health used to grade our bond rating. If we lose that AAA bond rating, our cost of borrowing will go up, which will make projects such as the eventual Morocco and Lynch replacements, flood mitigation work, and others that much more expensive. On top of this, union contracts are up in 2019, and we all know that those have a large impact on the budget as well. So Lance ended his report by highlighting the next steps with regards to the override discussion. FinCom will have representation in the briefings that are highlighted. I'm sure people want to understand the assumptions that we used in the modeling, and we'll be there to answer questions. In addition, we'll continue vetting any further inputs associated with the override discussion. And I'd say finally, the biggest inputs that we'll review and our biggest contribution here will be tied to what we actually do, which is the annual review of the proposed upcoming fiscal year budget. In the case of FY20, it's expected the Town Hall will be preparing, and thus FinCom will be reviewing 2 budgets, one with an override and one without, with the one without potentially having cuts, as Chris and others have mentioned. It's also at this point where I feel compelled to thank my friend Mariano for bringing me into FinCom timed with this effort. Just remember that if you try to volunteer me for anything else, beware, I am your neighbor and I know where you live. And so in closing, Despite ending on the challenges, as always, FinCom applauds the efforts made by the departments to provide the services we depend on and to control expenses. We're also pleased to see continued growth in revenue and transfers in, resulting in a very solid FY18. We look forward to continuing our work with the Town Manager's Office, Select Board, and other committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Still. We are now going to take a break for 15 minutes. There is a need to vote in each of the precincts with the exception of Precinct 6. So please go to your precinct meeting. We will reconvene at 9 p.m. To move through our articles for this evening. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at 9 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to WinCam's coverage of the first session of Winchester's annual Fall Town Meeting here at Winchester High School. My name is Alan Iden. We want to welcome you. If you're just watching, you can see the town meeting is in a recess. They have some elections and things to do to fill vacant seats. So our first part of the meeting is simply Article 1, which is to hear reports of boards. We opened town meeting tonight on a somber note. A town meeting member, Anna Violette, was the victim of a fatal car accident here in town, and there was a moment of silence in her memory. Following that, there was a standing ovation for Lisa Wong, the new town manager, who just started the job on November 1st. Of course, her remarks were incredibly brief. She just said that she felt incredibly welcomed here in town. So the next report came from the chairman of the Select Board, Lance Grenzebach, and he spoke about, among other things, that the field lights have been installed at Knowlton and Skilling's fields. He talked about traffic issues, congestion in the town, as is in many of the suburban Boston towns, especially as commuters tend to cut through side streets to avoid congestion on highways. He said the town is doing a study on social issues in the town. He said housing, the Select Board is working on a housing production plan, mostly to prevent the town from 40B projects that they feel would be harmful to the overall good of the town. So in general, a production plan shows the good faith the town is looking to increase its affordable housing stock. There are concerns. He said the Select Board is expressing concerns on the upcoming development of the Atlantic Gelatin plant just over the line in Woburn, and the amount of traffic and potential for flooding issues that might engender in that end of the town over by Route 93. Talked about funding for the culvert project at Swanton Street, one of the few remaining projects in the flood mitigation plan. And he said that the MBTA has moved forward with design proposals for the improvement of the rebuilding of the downtown train station, which is now projected to cost some $55 million. Fortunately, he said that money is coming from the state, but it will also impact the town for several years as that construction project proceeds. He then shifted to the state of the town. He said the town is at a tipping point in growth and must have new revenues to keep the services, level services. The population peaked in Winchester in the 70s, but now it's growing again. It's projected to reach about 23,000 in the year 2020. The town has added 1,500 new students in the last 20 years. There are major expenditures looming on infrastructure, schools, roads, and sewers. There's an $11 million increase in the operating budget in the next 5 years and a $2 to $3 million increase in stabilization funds needed in the next 5 years. We next heard from Chris Nixon from the school committee, chairman of the school committee. Said the school department had 315 graduates of Winchester High School in 2018. That is up 17% in just 4 years. 3 new classrooms have now opened in McCall. Phase 2 of McCall will add an additional 6 classrooms that is projected to be done in the fall of 2020. He said that Lynch and Morocco schools, both badly in need of reconstruction, are on a list for consideration by the Mass School Building Authority, which, if successful, will grant funds to assist in the reconstruction of those schools, as it did for the Winchester High School. He said the 5-year outlook is there were less than 4,000 students in 2007, and a projection for 2026 is 5,200. And he said that Winchester is growing at a faster pace than the state or the nation. We heard from capital planning about the building and capital stabilization funds, and saying that the building stabilization fund, which was intended to fund new building projects, because the town has made so many projects, is now just servicing the debt on the projects that have been completed. He listed a whole list of infrastructure of the town and projects that need to be completed. He said there's $11 million in critical school repairs that are needed over the next 5 years. Again, depending on whether Lynch and Morocco get rebuilt. From the planning board, we heard about the planning board's goal of, quote, responsible and responsive development here in the town. Responsible, maintaining the character of the town, and responsive, responding to the need for pressing need for additional housing. He said in the Center Business District, the planned or constructed units coming up in the Center Business District are 63 new residential units and 0 new commercial units. That's again in the Center Business District. As you may remember, the Planning Board brought forth articles rezoning the Center Business District a couple of years ago to encourage more mixed-use housing, bringing more residential units into the center. He said the Planning Board is working on a new master plan that they hope to have ready to present by spring of 2020. Lastly, we heard from the Finance Committee saying that in 2018 there was a $1.3 million surplus and 4% growth in revenues and expenses. He listed the areas of use of free cash, and that the use of free cash is growing. He said the reserves are strong, but there are problems lurk ahead, as we might expect. So that's where we stand at the moment. There are 37 articles on the warrant, 38 articles on the warrant for this fall town meeting. We hope to go through a lot of them tonight. The moderator says he imagines that the next meeting will be, of course, not Monday because Monday's a holiday, but the next meeting will be next Thursday, and hoping that we can wrap up the fall town meeting in 2 sessions. So we invite you to stay tuned. Our coverage will continue here at Winchester High School, and I'll have a wrap up at the conclusion of tonight's meeting.
The town meeting members will return to their seats and the meeting will come to order. Hey, Colin. You all set? So we have to have them read the oath of office? Right? So
Yeah,
the
they
people
can
who...
rise up, the people who just have been appointed by caucus to rise up and take the oath.
Is it just them?
Yeah, there's only,
Okay.
I don't know how many. Precinct 4 didn't get anybody, but everybody else did.
Okay. The members will return to their seats and the meeting will come to order. Could the audiovisual directors turn the screen on for us, please? Thank you. So the first order of the meeting as we reconvene is to have the members who've just been elected in the various precinct caucuses, if I could ask you to please rise and read the oath of office. I state your name. Do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties of the office to which I've been elected in. In accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the Charter and bylaws of the town of Winchester. Thank you very much. Sorry that was so poor. I don't know, line reading. So this, before we start, we are going to be in need of tellers. Mr. Deering, if I could ask you to count your section, and the Finance Committee, Mr. Hart, if I could ask you to count your section. Mrs. Quinn, if I could ask you to act as a teller, and Ms. Verdicchio, could you act as a teller for me and count your section and the select board? If I could ask the tellers to please rise. You're going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to perform your duties as teller to this town meeting and to accurately and honestly report the count to the chair? Thank you very much. This brings us to Article 2. Under Article 2, which is an article to take people out of the town meeting for failure to attend meetings, there being no business by the Committee on Rules on Article 2. It's moved and seconded that Article 2 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Any opposed? Article 2 is indefinitely postponed. This brings us to Article 3, brought by the Select Board. The Select Board is seeking special legislation to issue licenses to permit the sale of alcoholic beverages by restaurants. The article appears on page 4 of the Purple Motion Book, Article 3. And under Article 3, it's moved and seconded that the town approve Article 3 as printed in the warrant. On behalf of Article 3 and the Select Board as proponents, Mr. Gullybuff. Mr. Gullybuff.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting members, let me go a little bit into the types of liquor licenses that are available in the town or that we use in the town. You might be familiar with restaurant all alcohol licenses. That is usually called a common victualer's license with alcohol. That will be touched on Article 3. We also have licenses for restaurants for wine and malt only, wine and beer. We're not proposing any changes to those at this town meeting. There's also licenses called general on-premise licenses that state law allows. We don't have any in this town. Article 4 will cover having some of those. We have these one-day licenses, and this is something that the Select Board, as the local licensing authority, can approve. We issue them as necessary. State law has an annual limit of 30 per person, and this will come into play when we talk about the general on-premise license or in Article 4. Another license is the club licenses, and we have 4 clubs in Winchester right now that have licenses. Those licenses allow them to serve and sell alcohol to their guests and members. To their members and guests. Well, I guess either way. And then, of course, package stores. There's just wine and beer package stores like the Craft Beer Cellar and D'Agostino's, and then we have 3 all alcohol, and those are all the ones that we're allowed to have in the town, so there's no open ones, and again, we're not proposing any changes to those. I'm just covering them just so that everybody knows what we're talking about. Okay, so Article 3, this is the restaurant licenses. All alcohol, we can issue a total of 10. 5 of them require a minimum of 100 seats, so that's a pretty big restaurant. Right now we have 3 of those restaurants that have them, China Sky, Lucia, and TWK, which means that 2 of those licenses are available. The other 5 licenses require a minimum of 70 seats. Black Horse Tavern, First House Pub have them. That means there's 3 available. Wine and malt, we can issue 6 total, but again, we're not changing that here on slide 3, on Article 3. So why are we asking to reduce the seat minimum from 70 and 100 to 30? The part of the reason that we have 5 unused out of the 10 is that the commercial spaces that we have in town are just, in many cases, not big enough to have a restaurant that has a minimum of 70 seats. So this would allow some of our commercial spaces that are smaller to be able to become restaurants, whereas today, they cannot become a restaurant unless they don't serve all alcohol. For example, Atavola has a beer and wine only right now. Under today's law, they would not be allowed to have an all alcohol. Under this law, they would be. So if you think about that kind of size restaurant, they would become eligible for an all alcohol. We want to encourage more diverse, smaller restaurants as retail is hurting from online shopping, of course, and so a lot of the commercial sites in our town center and other commercial areas can turn to restaurants because, of course, you can't go out to eat online. So, so we want to encourage restaurants that are different and create a dining destination. Nowadays, when residents of Winchester want to have Thai food, they have to go to Woburn or Arlington. When they want to have tapas, they have to go to Pincho Pincho in Woburn. Or when they want Indian food, they also have to go somewhere else. And so allowing smaller restaurants means a smaller investment for a family-owned place to open, and having a liquor license is a big part of making the economics work for a restaurant. So today we're asking you to vote yes on Article 3 so that we can petition the legislature to lower the seat limit from 70 and 100 to 30.
Thank you, Mr. Cullybaugh. Thank you. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? Mr. Cotillo?
So the Finance Committee did not vote a recommendation. We did not see clear net financial impact on the town's budget. Obviously, there is, potential for tax revenue, of course, but more so than the restaurants that are already having a different form of liquor license and or other businesses that are already there. Again, we didn't see a clear net financial impact.
Thank you, Mr. Cotillo. Is there a recommendation from the Planning Board? No? No input from the Planning Board on that. Further on the question. The question, yes, Mr. Conti.
Mr. Moderator, I applaud the Board of Selectmen for making this proposal to encourage small restaurants. However, I recall about 15 years ago, there was a proposal at that time to allow liquor licenses for restaurants with 100 seats. And I noted the same thing that Mr. Golubov has noted, that there are very few locations in Winchester that are large enough to accommodate 100 seats. And I recall proposing an amendment, which passed, to reduce the number to 24 seats so that a lot of the small stores that we have could operate the way they have in Arlington, for example, where there are multiple small restaurants which have enlivened the commercial area in Arlington. And so I'm at a loss to understand why our current, and my recollection, as I say, is that the motion passed, to amend it to reduce to 24. Why are we currently stuck with this 170-seat minimum requirement?
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Mr. Golubov, in response to Mr. Conti's question as to the historical status of these licenses.
So I wasn't here then, but what I do know is that our wine and beer licenses require 24 seats. So I'm wondering if that article was specific to the wine and beer and not the all alcohol licenses?
I thought it was all alcohol. I know because it was Lucia's restaurant that was the big proponent of that proposal, and that they certainly have an all alcohol license now, and it's operating very well, obviously.
Yeah.
So I would say that we should encourage. There's a lot of small stores in town. Even 30 seats seems high to me. I'd move that we reduce it to 24 seats to further encourage small restaurants.
Mr. Conti, are you seeking to amend the motion or just make a suggestion?
I would ask that we amend the motion to 24 seats to me, because there are a lot of small stores that could profitably benefit from a smaller limitation.
The town meeting member makes a motion in which he seeks to amend Article 3 by, instead of the change in Section 1 reading, inserting in its place the phrase 30-person, it would be amended, insert in its place the phrase 24 persons, and that the Select Board would pursue special legislation in accordance and consistent with that suggestion. The motion by the town meeting member having been made, it appears to the chair that the motion to amend would be in order, not receiving any contrary indication from town council with respect to that issue. The motion to amend, the chair finds, is in order. Is there a second to the motion to amend? The motion's been seconded. The matter comes before the town meeting on Mr. Conti's motion to amend. The motion to amend would amend Article 3 by reducing the liquor license authority that the town seeks from 30-person establishments to 24 persons. Mr. Golubov from the Select Board on the motion to amend.
The Select Board just voted to recommend favorable action on the amendment to 24.
Thank you, Mr. Golubov. The matter now comes before the town meeting on the motion to amend from 30 to 24. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The main motion now returns to the floor, having been amended, to reduce in Section 1 the phrase 30 persons to 24 persons. Now before us, the main motion as amended. Certainly.
I think the intent of the motion is sections 1, 2, and 3 also.
Mr. Mercurius, a far better lawyer than I, reminds me that the intent of the motion is to change not just Section 1, but also Sections 2 and 3. The chair having noted that the amendment also changes 2 and 3, the import of the amendment, obviously, to reduce the licenses being available to 24 persons instead of 30 persons. Motion now comes before the town meeting as amended. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. This brings us to Article 4. Article 4 is another motion proposed by the Select Board. It appears on page 5 of the warrant booklet. The Select Board seeks legislation that would permit it to grant alcoholic licenses to not-for-profit organizations for the sale of alcoholic beverages without food. There are currently no such general liquor licenses available, and accordingly, the Selectmen propound Article 4, make a motion consistent with the terms set forth in page 5 of the warrant booklet. And under Article 4, it's moved and seconded that the town approve Article 4 as printed in the warrant. Mr. Golliboff.
Yeah, so one thing I'd like to point out is in the motion booklet at the bottom, it says may not receive more than 10 such licenses each year. It's actually 30, so that was an error here. But so the way that we've written this article is that we are, so essentially a general on-premise is a license that does not require a restaurant license. Okay, so this is a premise that would be able to sell alcohol without having to have a restaurant license. We've never had these in Winchester. So for this article, we are proposing that it be restricted to not-for-profit organizations. It would follow the same process as the others. The Select Board would approve first, then it goes to the ABCC, which is the state agency that manages liquor licenses. Pretty much the example here is Right Lock Farm. Right Lock Farm, routinely every year, we get from Archie 30 applications, and then they run out. So what we're looking for here is for somebody like Right Lock Farm or the Griffin Museum would be another not-for-profit, and they also are a heavy user of one-day licenses, to no longer need to apply for these one-day licenses and then be able to have events without having to, at the last minute, require a quorum of the Select Board to come approve and sign a license, and also so that they're not restricted to 30 a year per person. So we recommend favorable action.
The motion under Article 4 comes before the town meeting. Further in the motion, yes, sir.
Just a quick question as a follow-up. I don't understand liquor law, so I want to follow up this. I think restaurants are required to have half of their proceeds from food and half from liquor. They're not allowed to have all from liquor. There's some balance to the procedure, maybe not. I could be wrong. My question would be, the concept being sometimes you offer food with liquor. Right now, we're offering the chance for people to have a bar. Is there any restriction that there be food, or is there a restriction at least that be a licensed bartender, et cetera? Please elaborate a little bit more on what we're allowing.
The town meeting member asked the proponents whether or not there'll be a food requirement and or whether the additional requirements such as a licensed bartender and the like will be imposed as a part of the grant of these licenses. Mr. Golliboff, in response to the town meeting member's question.
So to the first question, no. I know some states require certain percentages in food, and some cities and towns do in Massachusetts as well. We don't. As far as the question on whether we would require it, we would not. And then the third question of a licensed bartender, the answer is yes, and that's required by Massachusetts general laws, by the state.
Further in the question, Mr. Shimetz.
So if we're granting these licenses, let's say Red Lock Farm, does this mean that Red Lock Farm can serve liquor from 7 to 10, 7 days a week? What is it that they're getting with their license?
Mr. Shimetz asked the proponents whether or not the grant of a license to Right Lock Farm under this provision would enable them to serve liquor from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week.
Is that because you're looking forward to it? So the conditions would be set when we issue the permit. So we would have, just like any other permit that we issue, we would have a public hearing. We would take into account the views of the public, and any conditions would be set at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Golliboff. Yes, further in question, ma'am.
Is there an
The town meeting member asked the question whether or not there's a need to define the term not-for-profit organizations as presented in the question. In response, Town Council, Mr. Mercorius. Mr. Mercorius.
The answer is it's a commonly used term. It's used elsewhere in the statutes, and this is not the last step in this process. It would go to special legislation. You would be asking for special legislation, and at that point, the legislator and their council typically will use consistent terms of statutes. So should further definition be needed by the legislator, they'll ask for it, but typically the term not-for-profit is understood to mean various categories of nonprofits.
Thank you, Mr. Mercorius. Yes, further on the question. Sir, Mr. Collette.
Could you explain why you're limiting this to only nonprofit organizations?
The question to the proponents, why is this being limited just to not-for-profit organizations?
Yeah, so at this time, we're not looking to have licenses for just bars in town. So what we're looking for is for the existing nonprofits in town who use a lot of one-day liquor licenses to be able to have a general on-premise license. That's our goal with this article.
Thank you, Mr. Golubov. Further on the question? Yes, ma'am.
Why are we passing for 6 versus 3 or 2? I mean, do we have that many not-for-profits in town that are seeking these daily licenses?
The question is, why ask for 6 of these licenses? What are the number of not-for-profits who currently require or ask for these permits? And is this the appropriate number and why? Mr. Golubov, in response to town meeting members' questions.
So right now, we have Right Lock Farm, we have the Griffin Museum, we have the Historical Commission that sometimes, I'm sorry, the Historical Society at Sanborn House. Yes. So off the top of my head, I'm not sure that we get to 6. The issue is that this article is actually petitioned the legislature to pass a law to allow us to do this. So it is a cumbersome process that it's not something that, you know, we want to come back next year and, oh, we missed one, and so we want to increase the number. Again, it's very limited because only nonprofits can have them, and of course it still has to go through the permitting process. So it's not like any not-for-profit would immediately be able to get this. They have to go through the select board to be able to get the licenses.
Guggenheim, Winchester comes. We'll be ready. Yes.
Hello, Judy Manzo from Precinct 3. I wasn't prepared to do this tonight, but I had a recent conversation with another retailer in town who, and many of the retailers have special events, you know, special sales, fundraisers, et cetera, and they are required to go and get a one-day liquor license at like $75 each time. I don't want to use the person's name because she doesn't know that I'm here talking about it. So, but one of our very, very successful retailers is finding this a real challenge, that there's such, she has to jump through so many hoops to get that one $75 license for the day, so that she has to buy a couple bottles of wine from a wholesaler. She can't even go to pairings or the liquor stores to buy it. And then she has to charge her customers who are coming in to pay a plate $5 to have one glass of wine. And the point being that if we're talking about nonprofits, our retailers are not considered nonprofits, but let me tell you. So I'm just saying I would love to see this taken, not maybe tonight, but a step further, and looking. I mean, I was president of the Chamber of Commerce back in 11 and 12 when we brought forth these issues to get the seats. There was 150 seats for the liquor licenses back then, even then. And then we got it changed to 100 for all liquor, and then down to 24 for wine and beer. And that's how that all got started. I can't believe tonight, in 5 minutes, we've changed this dramatically. But then that's what's happened to our town. Look at all the restaurants, and it's fabulous. But I do want to take it one step further and look at the retailers who have their sip and paint or their little open houses or their trunk shows, and they want to give a little glass of wine. I'd like to see that be a little bit easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Manzo, the proprietor of Bookends, a revered institution in the community, fighting the good fight against those who would do away with local bookstores. So we appreciate her input there and commend her suggestions for consideration of the board. So further on the question under Article 4. Article 4, as previously presented by the chair, comes before the town meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Article 4 passes. The motion passes. We now are going to proceed to Article 11. To proceed to Article 11, we will need a motion to suspend the rules, a procedural motion. All those in favor of suspending the rules to allow us to consider Article 11 out of order, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 11, and the Chair Pro Tem, Tom Howley.
Where are you going? Are you going out to the parking lot, or where? We're going to keep them back there. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, town meeting. I'm going to try to do my best. I'm new at this, but I suspect that I'm going to be calling on town council and our town clerk to keep me on track, and I'm counting on them to jump up and down and shoot spitwads at me when I go off the rails. But more than asking for your patience through this, I'd like to ask you for your courtesy, and courtesy for all who are going to be speaking this evening. You know, zoning matters are, in fact, extremely important. They affect people's properties. They affect our vision of the town that we want to preserve and the town that we want to become. And so I ask you to, realizing that you extend courtesy to everyone who speaks tonight, and that any comments that you have in advancing your arguments, that you direct them, in fact, to the argument and not towards that person. So I appreciate that. And now I would like to begin by reciting an epic Irish poem from the 9th century. That I have memorized for this occasion. I don't know, I thought that's how you did this, so I wasn't really sure. All right, so Article 11 is an article to amend the zoning map of the town, and it has been brought by the planning board. You can find Article 11 on page 12 of your warrant book. So I direct you to that page, and it reads, to see if the town will vote to amend the official zoning map of the town by rezoning certain parcels as shown on the following chart. And it continues as written on page 12 and 13 of your warrant book, listing 37 lots. It lists their address, their parcel ID, their current zoning, and their proposed zoning. It continues, the motion continues as it appears in your book. So I'm not going to read all of those parcels. Under Article 11, then, it is moved and it's seconded that the town approve Article 11 as printed in the warrant. And the proponent of Article 11, the planning board, will be speaking through its member, Ms. Von Meering. Ms. Von Meering, if you want to come up. And it's my understanding that the presentation by the proponent, in fact, will be shared by Ms. Von Meering and by the planning director, Mr. Zakelli. And they have a total of 10 minutes, and of course, it can be extended for a limited amount of time with the blessing of town meeting. Ms. Von Meering.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Howley, Select Board and FinCom, and town meeting members. The residential neighborhoods abutting the northern end of Main Street are a vibrant and dynamic part of our town, with historic roots in the town's earliest days. These are the neighborhoods on the small streets off of Main Street between Stop and Shop and Woburn Line. Residents of these neighborhoods have been contacting the town planner and the planning board for years now to voice their increasing concerns with the existing zoning laws that hinder the town's mission, negatively encroach on their neighborhoods, and threaten the safety of pedestrians and drivers. In response, the planning board is bringing Article 11 before you for your consideration this evening. This proposed zoning amendment is only a first step, but an important one, to protect these neighborhoods from the negative effects of adjacent redevelopment on Main Street. I will address why the planning board feels this is a critical step for town meeting to take, and town planner, Brian Zacchelli, will then address the technical zoning components of the article. In the summary of the Master Plan Community Survey completed this fall by the town's consultant, J.M. Goldson, she notes that the strongest theme to emerge was residents' desire to preserve neighborhood character. Nearly all participants, 99%, which is nearly 1,000 individuals completing the survey, identified maintaining neighborhood character as a priority for Winchester. Preserving neighborhood character is and always has been a priority for the planning board, which goes to the heart of why we are seeking this change in the zoning, answering the legitimate concerns that the residents at the northern end of Main Street have about the impact on their neighborhood's character. In the spring of 2000, town meeting voted to rezone North Main Street with two general business districts, GBD 2 and GBD 3. The rezoning eliminated industrial use, allowed existing commercial use to continue, introduced a provision to allow mixed commercial residential use, and it allowed exclusively residential use. While the intention then, more than 18 years ago, was to encourage commercial development, the full effect, as it has played out, was not fully anticipated in that moment. Since then, the market has delivered mostly residential development and essentially a one-to-one replacement of commercial units. There has been very little additional commercial development. The proposal of Article 11 is not to change the possibility of these uses along the Main Street corridor. Rather, it is to reflect the intention of the Triangle Master Plan. The current zoning that runs through the North Main Street corridor continues into the abutting neighborhoods. However, the current GBD zoning along the side streets is damaging in several respects. To begin with, there is no setback requirement at the sides of the buildings within the district, 0 setback requirements, which results in no mandated side yard buffer, the relief that's required in every other residential zone in Winchester. There's more. In the GBD zones, there's no minimum lot area, no minimum yard requirements, no minimum open area, no minimum green space, and no maximum amount of hardscape, which means increased runoff into the streets during rainstorms. The planning board and the town planner have concluded that this type of zoning is inappropriate for residential streets anywhere, but especially for this neighborhood. Another serious concern with the GBD is that the large-scale projects are all by right. That means that projects can be built up to 45 feet in height, which means extremely tall buildings can be constructed on the side streets where the GBD parcels are located, adjacent to more modest 1- and 2-story private residence. Because a by right means no review requirement, a project of this scale will never be seen by the town planner, the planning board, or the zoning board of appeals prior to construction. Furthermore, through the engineering department, though the engineering department can analyze it for drainage, their concerns are advisory only. They have no authority to impose new restrictions on the project, so there's no opportunity to mitigate negative impacts of excessive runoff on the neighborhoods. In reviewing past planning studies, we have observed that in the Triangle Area Master Plan, one of the major goals, as stated, was to promote the redesign of North Main, including safer, more pedestrian-friendly qualities, more green space, and more infrastructure improvements. Unfortunately, these kinds of improvements on the side streets have not taken place. The side streets of North Main are extremely narrow, lacking curbing and curb cuts in multiple locations. They are not handicap accessible and are missing sidewalks in most areas. Most of the pavement is ranked between poor to fair to poor. All of this is documented in the town's road book, which was completed last year. Yet the streets are a major thoroughfare for children walking to Lynch Elementary School, the playing fields and playgrounds, the bike path, and Horn Pond. They're the only routes for drivers headed to Lynch School from the northeast part of town, and the streets are heavily used as cut-throughs to avoid Main Street congestion, particularly during high traffic hours, which also coincides with the morning hours that children are walking to Lynch. These same streets also are used by motorcades to Wildwood Cemetery. The North Main neighborhoods also have taken on the burden of overflow parking for the existing commercial and medical buildings on Main. In the Winchester Road Book, it also noted that the intersections of Water Street, Swanton Street, and Main Street is one of the town's highest risk intersections. Allowing GBD 2 and 3 development on the side streets of North Main Street only compounds all of this infrastructure and safety deficiencies. In the newly adopted Housing Production Plan, a plan for affordable housing, one of the major shortfalls noted is that the town zoning does not require affordable housing in developments outside of the Center Business District, which is downtown Winchester. Therefore, as apartment or condo units are built in place of current housing stock in the North Main area, the increased number of high-end units actually is pushing the town further away from achieving our goals, which is also mandated by the state under Chapter 40B. In conclusion, this article does not seek to change the uses and focus on the North Main area, but due to the existing general business district's zoning flexibility and limited review, the Planning Board has concluded that it is inappropriate for this use in the integrated parts of the neighborhood. These side streets do not have the infrastructure to sustain the GBD 2 and 3 zoning. We ask that you support the neighborhoods along the north end of Main Street by voting in favor of Article 11. Brian will now go into the technical information.
Town Planner, Mr. Zucchelli.
Good evening, town meeting. So the objective of this rezone is to protect and support neighborhoods off of North Main Street from specifically large-scale building encroachment by changing the zoning of portions of 39 parcels. These are the 39 parcels that are, the parcels that are addressed by this change are the 39 parcels that are located in the chart for Article 11 along the northern part of Main Street and the side streets off of it. So this is just a quick slide to orient you exactly to what we're talking about. The GBD2, which is this area in red, extends from Stop and Shop up until about Andrea's Pizza. And the GBD3 is the orange here that extends further all the way to the Woburn line. So with the rezoning, there are really 4 types of lots that are involved. The first type of lots that are involved are these commercial. So these are commercial buildings on commercial lots. So where there is a slight. Sorry, I'll talk to the mic. Where there is a slight a sliver of this residential district. So the blue is RG, or we're just going to say residential. So what this is doing is then rezoning the entire parcel to be commercial. So there are 4 parcels out of the 39 that we would be gaining commercial use for all of the parcels that are along Main Street where there's a sliver of residential. So we're getting rid of that residential portion for those commercial lots. A bulk of the rezone is the second category. So 25 out of the 39 parcels are like this, where it's nearly all residential, and there's a sliver of commercial, and we would be rezoning the entirety of the parcel to be residential. So this is the bulk of the rezone is getting rid of these slivers. So 29 of the 39 are slivered parcels that do not that cause confusion with owners in terms of what you can and can't do on the property, and also don't provide a benefit to those owners. If anything, it provides a detriment. One parcel is in a category of its own that is significantly, 75% of the parcel is in the residential zone, but there are 2 commercial warehouses on the site. It is, however, smack dab right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. This is on the north side of Main Street. So there's this one parcel where it's currently commercial in terms of its use, but 75% of the parcel is in the RG. So this would be rezoning fully to residential. There's only one parcel like this. The last category is a full rezone, and there are 9 parcels that are associated with this. When I say full rezone, that means that it's currently a house, it's a residential structure, but it's fully in a commercial zone. So these would be zoned from fully commercial to fully residential, reflecting the current use. The main issue that we're talking about here is specifically large-scale buildings being too close to residential properties. That is the crux of this article, nothing more. It comes out pretty good here. So the existing issue is that these slivered parcels, so if this is the property line between this commercial building and a residential building, this is the property line, but this slivered parcel has this little bit of GBD in it. Because this GBD is here, it allows this building to go all the way up to the property line if this distance is more than 15 feet, because the setback is to the district boundary. The setback is not to the property line. So this is the problem, and the solution is to basically square off the parcels. By squaring off the parcel and rezoning this lot to be fully residential, it pushes it might be commercial, but it doesn't matter. It's really a large-scale building. We've seen that it's actually mostly residential, large-scale residential that's actually being built here. So the idea is that this large-scale, mostly residential building will have to be at least 15 feet from the property line. So this is the major crux of the issue that is trying to be solved, and this is the proposed solution. That is all I have at the moment.
You all set? Okay. Right on time, right on time. I don't think the town moderator has ever quite pulled that off, so that's good. So we'd now like to have recommendations from the Select Board. Mr. Grensback.
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board voted favorable action on this. The vote was 4 in favor with 1 abstention. As I think Mrs. Von Mering and Mr. Zacchelli have pointed out, North Main Street has been changing. In the 18 and 1900s, it was very densely developed as an industrial corridor and as a residential corridor. It is no longer that. We've seen from the north and the Woburn thing a considerable number of those areas redone for residential. It's pushing down toward the Winchester Center. There's been a lot of effort over the last 20 to 30 years to adjust to that. The 150-foot setback line that Brian described, there was an effort to put in village overlay centers around the intersections to encourage residential development. But that world is gone. We're buying more online. We're not shopping for small stores. But what these changes have done is push very, very hard on what was a very cohesive residential neighborhood. And we think this change begins to protect that neighborhood. We would like to see a balance between the needs of neighbors and commercial development. But in this case, we are watching the neighborhood getting squeezed, and we've been hearing about it for quite a considerable time. We're in favor of this change. We think it'll buy time. We would strongly encourage the planning board, and perhaps town meeting will fund some of this effort, to go back and look in much more detail at the North Main. There may be sections along here that can be converted to larger either residential or commercial uses. I would note that within the CBD planning, while we've changed the broad outlines of the zoning there, the planning board went back and looked at specific areas to set opportunities there for developers to come in and do well-designed buildings that fit into the neighborhood. There may be opportunities here, and we'd like to see that happen. But we recommend favorable action on this item. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Well, Finance Committee did not vote a recommendation because we did not see clear net financial impact. As we considered the article, we felt that there were competing potential financial impacts due to the number of different types of properties addressed.
Thank you. So before we get to debate the main motion, there are a few things I'd like to cover. One is that I'm aware that we have several non-town meeting members at the meeting who would like to speak. And so they have comments on Article 11, and under our bylaws, this requires a vote of the town meeting. And so accordingly, I'd like to move and second that the chair be allowed to recognize non-members of the meeting to participate in debate under Article 11. All in favor? Aye. Okay. And of course, only town meeting members may vote. As a reminder for those of you who may be new to the town meeting or not following our rules closely, you need to be recognized by the chair to speak. I'd ask you to do that. There's a time limit of 5 minutes on your remarks. And any questions that you have, I ask you to pose them through me. I'll try to repeat them as best I can and get them to the right person. I would also ask, if you're going to speak, that you think about coming down to the microphones here, or you may use the main mic at the podium. And in fact, it might not be a bad idea if you considered queuing up at various points. That way, it's much less likely that I'll miss you, particularly if you're in the back and I might not see that you want to speak. With that, let's get to discussing the main motion. Anyone who would like to speak to the motion, please raise your hand. Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Fellow town meeting members, I have some concerns about this proposal. Number one, we currently have a consultant, a very expensive consultant, working on a master plan for the entire town. And I'm wondering why the planning board has not made a momentous change like this without going through the planning process that we have for the new town master plan. This is a major change, and I would think that we should have the benefit of some professional expertise before we tackle something of this nature. Next, I'm concerned that some of the split slivers, as the town planner called them, would result in the creation of non-conforming uses, which is a problem for the property owners in question when they're faced with a problem where the property requires, if there's been a fire or some damage that the property suffers, having a non-conforming use can present a problem in redeveloping the property. Next, I'm concerned with the fact not all of these properties most of them, in fact, are very small lots. I'm concerned that, I don't know where the problem is here. It's very unlikely in my mind that any substantial development project is going to take place on these tiny lots that we're talking about. These are not, by and large, very large lots. They're very real postage stamp lots. So I wonder if this isn't a solution in search of a problem. I'm also concerned that some of these lots have been zoned commercially for far longer than 18 years that was mentioned. Some of them have been zoned commercially since the town first adopted zoning back in the 1920s. And it seems to me rather unfair for property owners who have had commercially zoned property for all these many years, even 18 years is a long time, to all of a sudden take away that possibility which will reduce the value of their property. So I would ask that we indefinitely postpone this proposal because I think it requires further study of the implications that it would entail.
You had a question, Mr. Conti, that perhaps we could answer, and then are you also making a motion to indefinitely postpone?
Yeah, I move that we indefinitely postpone this proposal.
I believe the question to the planning board was why Article 11, the issues addressed in it, perhaps were not considered as part of the master plan and have it be addressed in that way.
Historical character was really important. That has not changed. We have a tremendous amount of documents, which town meeting has funded. We have the Triangle Master Plan. We have the Housing Production Plan complete. We have the Phase 1 of the Master Plan. We have the roads book that I mentioned earlier, and all of them are continually saying that historical character and that this neighborhood needs support. Waiting 3 or 4 years does not help. It just amplifies and actually incentivizes continually the impact that we are trying to support not having happen to these neighborhoods. I think that was the question, right?
Yep.
The slivers in.
I'm sorry.
The slivers.
I think the question really related to its place within the master plan. And otherwise, I think the comments were observational about.
So why do we not wait for the master plan? So the master plan is partially, it's in phases, and we have 2 parts of it completed at this point. If we wait to the end of when it is done, there'll be a lot of things that we cannot change in North Main anymore. It's gonna hurt us because it'll take away opportunities for this town. And so at this point, the planning board really feels it's important to do this at this time and not wait. If we wait, we're causing some major impacts on that neighborhood.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Von Meering. There is a motion to indefinitely postpone. What's that? No, that's correct. Okay. This requires a majority vote, and... No second. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Can we have a second for that? We have a second. All right, thank you. This is a majority vote. If it is... Yes, sir.
Could that be out of order since the debate hasn't even started yet?
Could I have it? It seems early to me, I have to admit. Is it out of order? At Town Council? Oh, it's in my discretion. This is great being town moderator. It's too early. So I think that others will probably have something similar in mind, perhaps, and when they do, hopefully we will already have had our full discussion. That's great. I had no idea. Okay, further on the motion, the main motion. Yes.
The observation, sorry, one observation, one question. The observation is, as Heather pointed out, these neighborhoods have narrow streets, bad curbs, they're not handicapped accessible. Nothing in Article 11 does anything to address that. That condition remains, regardless of what structure remains on the lots. So I understand it's a fact. It just is not addressed by this. My question to the planning board is, did you consider changing your setbacks for your commercial zoning as a way to ameliorate these conditions? It seems like we're taking a broad brush to individual property when, in fact, if it's a setback problem, 15 feet, 10 feet too close to the front property lines, that seems like a zoning purview and something that should probably be debated or considered, but seems a bit premature to me. So I'd like an answer, if I could, through you, Mr. Howley, on why it wasn't considered to change the setbacks as opposed to rezoning entire parcels.
So the speaker's question is, why did the planning board not consider a change in the setbacks, since that seems to be one of the issues which, in fact, people are concerned about and which Article 11 seeks to address? Ms. Von Meering.
Because those changes would affect all of the GBD. So if we were to change and we don't want to do that because we want growth and development on Main Street, focused on Main Street. And if we sit there and we look at places like Arlington, Mass Ave is a good example of a place that has the vibrancy that we would love to have on that portion of Main Street, they actually do not go in a lot of portions of that back into the residence. They are all facing Mass Ave and Arlington. That is our goal. That is what we're trying to achieve. And we do not want to change the zoning right now in the GBD to be for those small parcels.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back. And when you come down, I've been reminded that it would be very helpful if you, or wherever you speak from, if you would, in fact, identify yourself and your address.
Good evening. My name is Michael O'Brien. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 3. I'm sorry, Precinct 8.
Everybody wants to be in Precinct 3.
No.
Let me just tell you.
No. I live here in the North Main Street area, and I've been a town meeting member. Most of you people here in this room know who I am. My question is a very simple one. This is an area of town that's being targeted by 37 properties. If you have a house, you're zoned commercially, they want to take that away and put it in residential. My question is, like I say again, a simple one. If this was one of your properties and you were zoned there and the board, did they properly vet this procedure? A lot of these things, Ms. Von Mering makes a question or a remark that, you know, they had a housing survey. Within 90 days, this issue has come to the forefront, affecting people's lives and changes. I can see changes to a point, but what I'm saying here is I'd like to see this issue properly vetted, have discussion on both sides, and hopefully, you know, something can come through a reason of compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Bennett Hart, Precinct 3. I just had a question about the kind of development that we're concerned about happening here and what this would do to stop that. I heard earlier tonight that we've been having a really difficult time attracting commercial development to this area, and I saw some pictures of some large housing developments that have arisen in this area. I guess what I'm wondering is under this proposal, what would this proposal do? What impact would it have on the large housing developments that we've been seeing? And in fact, are we really actually worried about the commercial development? Because it seems like we've been having real trouble attracting that. So it seems like in terms of the urgency that it doesn't appear like if we don't do anything for a couple of years, we're going to have a spate of commercial development here. That seems unlikely. Maybe there'd be some more of that housing development that we've seen, but I'm wondering, you know, what would this law do to impact that housing development? Question through you, Mr. Moderator, to the planning director,
yeah.
I believe.
The town meeting member's question is what impact Article 11 will have on large-scale housing development.
Mr. Hart is correct in the fact that we are not seeing a lot of commercial development, and if we are, there's usually existing commercial development there, and if there's going to be redevelopment, it's a one-for-one exchange with the commercial, meaning there's a commercial unit there now, and what happens is one commercial unit goes and replaces that, and then there's anywhere between 4 and 12 residential units above. How this would impact the residential building along and off of Main Street would be that parcel assemblage. Mr. Conti previously said that, rightfully so, that a lot of these parcels are very small and that they couldn't really provide much or do much. And the thing is, they could be combined with the Main Street parcel that's fronting on Main Street in order to build a larger scale building. So that's what this is trying to avoid. What this really would do would basically provide a necessary 15-foot setback from the abutting property, either behind it if it's on a corner or on the side of it if it's already on the main street. So technically the structure will be somewhat smaller because you won't be able to go all the way to the property line. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have to exhaust the comments of town meeting members before we hear from? I think this might be helpful in terms of people's consideration. Any rule on that? No. Okay. Please proceed. Love it.
You have to ask him.
Yeah.
Are you Brooke?
I'm Cheryl.
If you could state your name and address
Yes.
for town meeting, that'd be great.
Good evening. Mr. Moderator, thank you. Good evening, town meeting members. My name is Cheryl Pierce. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this presentation. I am a resident and the granddaughter of the Italian immigrants in that photo of 65 years ago that you see. Reasons to oppose Article 11. It is not supported by any professional research or analysis, unlike other zoning initiatives. 2, it is not in our town's best interests. 3, it unfairly limits the rights of property owners. Not supported by any professional research or analysis. No professional studies were done when developing Article 11. Large changes to the long-standing zoning codes deserve thoughtful study and professional review, like when they recently addressed the central business district and rezoned that area. Taxpayers are already paying for a new master plan, which I understand will be ready in a little more than a year. Planning Board's explanation for downzoning, and this is a quote, "We looked at the properties and tried to determine what their current use was. I guess that was the depth of our analysis." Chairman, Planning Board, 9/11/18. I had only 4 weeks' notice of this September 11th meeting. A Winchester master plan. Rezoning is the key component of an ongoing comprehensive Winchester master plan. The town has committed funding, contracted with consultants, and formed a steering committee for the development of a master plan currently underway. It makes no sense to spend these resources and then make arbitrary zoning changes before the master plan is completed. Previous zoning changes. The Triangle Area Master Plan in the 1990s. 2 years of professional research and analysis went into that. Winchester Central Business District rezoning in 2015. 3 years of professional research and analysis. Now, in comparison, Article 11, rezoning of North Main Street in 2018. Less than 90 days. No professional research or analysis. Not in our town's best interests. Limiting the opportunity for commercial development on North Main Street is bad for the town and its residents. Attractive commercial developments are beneficial to our town, the residents, and our tax base. We must promote and support healthy economic opportunities that benefit for the greater good. Unfairly limits property owners' rights. Deprives property owners of substantial value. Several parcels here are surrounded by commercial properties and businesses. I personally, as an example only, am surrounded by 4 commercial properties. 4. The current 150-foot commercial beltway has been in use since the 1920s, as Mr. Conti pointed out, and is meant to benefit the entire town of Winchester. Here is a list of some of the businesses on Main Street. It shows how commercial in character Main Street is currently and how some of these affected properties are elbow to elbow with commercial entities. Does this look like a residential neighborhood? Next. Does this look like a residential neighborhood? This is what my neighbors and I see from our yards. Would you want to buy this as a home? Will anybody put money, capital into this just as a house? With a gas station in front and a school behind it and a financial Shepherd Partners right across the street? Does this look like a residential neighborhood? This is what someone sees from their bedroom window. Vote no on Article 11. Let's wait for the master plan, a roadmap, as Mr. Jarius calls it, and do this right. Why don't we wait for the advice we've paid for? If the analysis dictates we should promote attractive redevelopment and increase our town's tax base, revenue that is needed for education, costs, as Mr. Grenzebach told us tonight, are up. Our schools are in need of repair. Let's not have stranded and deteriorating homes that are zoned as residential apples when they are surrounded by commercial oranges. I would ask you to vote no on Article 11, and I actually have a petition, unfortunately, that you can't see. I don't see that it's been loaded here. It's about 2 pages or more of affected property owners who are not for Article 11. I have that if anyone would like to see that. I can get it to you. I ask you to vote no because I ask you to let common sense and fact be your guide. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further on the question? Yes, ma'am. Sure.
So I have a map. It should have been loaded.
Oh, okay.
My name's Brooke.
We've got a bunch of things for you on there already.
I can show you which one it is. Thank you, everyone. My name is Brooke Foley. I live at 9-11 Richardson Street. I live directly behind the dairy barn, and I oppose the planning board's proposal to change the current zoning along the North Main Street corridor. Hopefully you've all read the letters I've sent you over the weeks as to the many reasons why. The map behind me will help situate you to the matter at hand. I'm going to ask you a favor. I'm going to ask you to please put yourself in my shoes for the next few minutes so that you can maybe understand how I feel with the planning board's rushed decision. Since birth, I've been proud to call Winchester my home. Sadly, I recently learned that the planning board is threatening to take away my lawfully acquired property rights that have applied to my property since the early 1900s. If adopted by the town meeting tonight, this proposal would eliminate the current commercial zoning of my property and greatly limit my property's future uses and values. This change will strip away the rights I paid for when I purchased it. This change would disproportionately devalue my property and those of my neighbors. The reasons to shut this proposal down by voting no are as follows. Number one, there is a complete lack of process and a total rush to judgment. Where is the impact study to support this proposal? Winchester has a very long history of consistently commissioning impact studies when weighing serious matters. This clear evidence sets the precedence of how we as a community thoughtfully approach change. Why have there only been 2 public meetings this fall when we're in the midst of a master plan that will be delivered in the next 18 months? Why doesn't the North Main Street proposal deserve the same level of attention that every other proposal does? Why is it so capricious? The chairperson and the town planner stated on the record that, quote, "It's not that complicated." They have stated that they simply looked at the current uses of the properties and just picked the zoning based on what they currently look like. Friends, most issues at town meeting get resolved with a majority vote. If zoning is, quote, "not that complicated," why then do zoning issues require a minimum 2/3 vote? Number two, the health and wealth of Winchester are at stake. The proposed rezoning would not accomplish the town's stated long-term goal, which I share, of revitalizing the North Main Street corridor. The commercial zone along North Main Street is currently 150 feet. If the rezoning goes through, the area would be reduced in depth in many places to less than 50 feet. Currently, this well-proportioned 150-foot swath of commercial land runs continuously throughout the North Main Street corridor, which allows for consistent lot sizes and lends itself to the potential for well-planned, well-integrated, and responsible development, also known as highest and best use. This is a key element to unlocking the value of North Main Street and its surrounding neighborhoods, as well as buoying up the tax base with commercial development. This change will significantly thin the corridor out, which will significantly hamper any ability to build a responsible development. North Main Street will be forced into a perpetual cycle of poor development. Properties will continue to languish, depressing values of surrounding neighborhoods for decades to come. This proposal will actually have the opposite effect of what we want to achieve. Any responsible planner will tell you this. Number three, and finally, please change the zoning regulations, not the zoning. Why haven't we examined what we can change within the zones themselves? Perhaps change the zoning regulations so as to limit setbacks and height restrictions. Why are we changing the zones? It doesn't make sense. It feels thoughtless. I reiterate to you that I grew up in this town. I love this town, and I have a real interest in continuing to improve this town. I am not a developer interested in leveling properties, but I am a resident interested in a level playing field. Why can't we all work together to create a solution that benefits all? Why should any of us suffer in trying to create a more beautiful and safe Winchester? Friends, for the reasons stated above, we need your help to withdraw this proposal completely. And at the bare minimum, recognize that this proposal, as it stands, is not fully baked. It is not ready to be decided on tonight. At the bare minimum, let's postpone this decision until it is fully baked, so that no one will suffer, so that we all benefit for decades to come. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you very much. I'm not ignoring town meeting members. If you would like to comment, we have a few more people lined up back there, but yes, sir.
I'm Jack Richard from Precinct 1. I'm very reluctant to take any vote that takes rights away from my neighbors. It seems to me that, from what I hear, this is a contest between two groups in the area. Some people's properties will, I guess, be better off if this is done, and some people's properties will be worse off in their own estimation. And if you look at the two groups, I guess we're being asked to adjudicate the rights relative to each other and maybe the equities. The folks who would like to get rid of or reduce the commercial area, I presume that this has been like this for almost 100 years. So all of those who bought near the commercial area bought with the knowledge that they bought near a commercial area, and I assume their property values, what they paid, was somehow related to that also. So I think the equities might be on the side of the people who want to keep it as it is. And I heard earlier that a very important consideration in the survey of property owners was keep the character of the neighborhoods as they are. But I think the planning board is asking us basically to keep it as it is, we need to change the zoning. That doesn't make sense to me right off the bat. And I also picked up that the prior change did not accomplish its desired result. And this is a common thing with all sorts of regulation. There are always unintended consequences, or we extrapolate today's conditions out through tomorrow. We think if we can control the inputs, then we can reliably predict the outputs. But in between those two, there's a thing here called life, and it's markets, and it's very complicated and endlessly mysterious. So I think we all should take a little less certainty in that when we regulate in a certain manner, we will get a certain outcome, because I think history has told us that that doesn't happen. And again, the bottom line is, when a number of people come up and tell me that, please don't change this, this is my property, I just can't do it. I could never take away someone's rights in such what appears to be, I don't want to say cavalier, but I think we should be very careful. I mean, our principal objective here as a town meeting would be to protect the liberties and property rights of our neighbors. And I certainly can put myself in the position of someone who would have them taken away. And I would hope that I would give the same consideration to someone. This is nowhere near my house. I don't have a particular property or pecuniary interest here. It just seems, on a principled basis, it's just the wrong thing to do. Thanks. So I would oppose it, and I would hope those of you who maybe come with open minds would do the same. Thank you.
Mr. Powers, I think you wanted to speak, and then I'm gonna come back here again. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members, I think this is a classic example of a spot zone, and we never allowed that in town. I think if the planning board brought in the right setbacks and the right reasons, that they would get a vote. But we'll be taking people right out of their property rights, as the previous speaker said. I believe that's wrong. I would make another motion to grandfather, but I don't want to do that, because if the planning board, depending on the vote, will do the setbacks, then we won't need the grandfathering, because then they couldn't change it. Thank you.
Mr. Powers, I think, raised a question with regards to spot zoning, and that might be a question that is on the minds of not him, but others here as well. I wonder if town council might speak to that.
Good evening. Art Krieger from Anderson and Krieger Town Council. This proposal does not raise spot zoning concerns to me. It's a contiguous area. There is a planning rationale, whether people deem it sufficient or not. There is a rationale for it. It's not, the properties have not been plucked out of the air, and it is not what the courts would view as spot zoning, in my view. There are other issues that have been raised, but I don't believe that's one of them. Sure. I've been asked to explain what spot zoning is. Spot zoning is actually a term that's lost much of its force. It's a traditional zoning concept where if properties are singled out to be either upzoned or downzoned, treated either more leniently or more strictly than similarly situated neighbors for the benefit of that property owner or to the detriment of a property owner, that's not permissible. It's sort of like the zoning version of equal protection. Where properties are not similarly situated, they can be treated differently. Where there's a planning rationale to distinguish between properties, they can be treated differently. That's not considered spot zoning. As I said, the term is sort of obsolete in the case law. The courts have moved away from that concept of trying to define what the spot is and whether properties are similarly situated around it. And the more modern analysis is simply whether there's a planning rationale, whether it's consistent with public welfare as expressed through zoning. And if it is, then calling something a spot and spot zoning really doesn't advance the argument very much. But in either the traditional spot zoning terms or in terms of whether it advances public welfare, whether it's related to public welfare, as opposed to being solely vendetta against the property owner or an inside a sweet deal with a property owner to upzone or downzone. Under either the traditional or the sort of more modern analysis, this to me is not a spot zoning issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. The town meeting member right there. the drama builds.
Down there?
Yep.
Is that all you needed off the thumb drive?
Thank you.
Get rid of that.
Yeah. Thanks.
So I want to be mindful of the time, in case anybody is looking at their watch. It is 10:24. We want to hear from people. We want the discussion to be full and helpful to the decision you're going to make. But I'd also ask if there's a great deal of repetition in people's comments. Perhaps at a certain point that starts to wear on town meeting, and it turns out not to be a plus. If you keep that in mind, we'll try to get to a conclusion on the matter in front of us.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. Town moderator, fellow town meeting members, my name is Nick Bogovich. This is probably my most unique slide. My name is Nick Bogovich. I'm proud to call Salem Street in Precinct 8 my home for the past 9 years. And I've been a town meeting member since 2011. While I'm not a lawyer or an architect, it seems like everybody up here usually is one. I am an engineer, and I've watched a lot of Law and Order, so I hope I'm qualified enough to speak to you tonight.
You're fully qualified, then. That's no
you.
problem.
So I don't want to rehash. I wrote a bunch of things, and I'm throwing all those out the window. So what is the big concern? You've heard, I think, discussion points on both sides, very valid. My concern, my neighbor's concern, who I'm speaking on behalf of so many of them tonight, is to prevent the properties like you see behind me. And what makes these properties unique is none of them abut Main Street. So they're all in that corridor, in that 150-foot range, but none of them abut Main Street. And under our current zoning, any of those properties between now and 2020, when our master plan is available, could become this. So from my perspective, that's the problem. I'm not going to rehash what the technical issues are. Ms. Von Marion, Mr. Zacchelli did a phenomenal job outlining the technicalities related to this. I will say the idea of making setback changes for all of GBD2, GBD3 don't make sense as it pertains to the rest of the corridor, so please keep that in mind. These properties are miszoned at the end of the day based on how they're used, how they abut the rest of my neighborhood, my neighbor's properties. So what is the solution? The solution, I believe everybody in this room would agree, is the master plan. Many of us have faith that it'll solve most of the existing issues. I hope that rings true 2 years from now. But until then, what recourse is there to prevent more of 844 Main Streets from popping up in my neighborhood on side streets that simply can't support those types of structures? Because once they're there, as Ms. Von Marion alluded to, they're not going away. They're there for good. So the answer for now is Article 11. It doesn't shy away from the debate we're having tonight. The zoning change could potentially limit the financial gain of a select few mixed-use property owners, but to what extent is debatable. That said, the question remains, should a few individuals be allowed to maximize their profits at the expense of the rest of the neighborhood? Because 844 Main Street tells me otherwise. So please consider voting in support of Article 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deering, I'll get to you in a minute. Sir, if you want to come down. How many folks continue to want to speak? Okay, again, I see a bunch of hands. I do want to be respectful of all of you. If you, in fact, think your argument has already been well delivered, I would encourage you to go with that. But otherwise, we'll try to get through this as quickly as we can and get to a discussion and vote.
Okay, I'll stand by.
So you don't want to do anything at the moment?
I'll hold it for now.
That's probably all.
Yeah.
Okay, you just leave it like that then.
Good evening, Winchester. My name is Eamon Fee, and I live at 6 Richardson Street. And I'm one of the people that I'm going to get my rights ripped away from me. I want to thank the moderator for letting me speak tonight. I want to thank all the members that are giving up their time to weigh in on this contentious issue. And I hope that I can help persuade some of the members to vote no on Article 11. I disagree with this proposal to downzone the majority of these lots, especially the 9 lots that are the most contentious, including mine. I got the impression from Ms. von Marion, the planning board representative, at last night's selectmen's meeting that this issue was already decided and that it was pretty much just a question of getting it ratified. This saddens me very much. Plus, I sat all night hoping to be heard, but we got shut out, while other members of the audience got to speak on other topics. I apologise for not being at the meetings during the summer months. My wife had been fighting cancer, and her fight took up all our time. She is on the mend. I built my home 14 years ago at 6-8 Richardson Street. My kids went to the schools, the local schools. The GBD2 zone has served me very well in spite of the planning board's chairperson's critiques. I find that the area of the lot that I built on has adequately served my needs, and I honestly believe that my house is not subpar housing stock as suggested at the 9/11 meeting this year. Downzoning my lot would be tantamount to disenfranchising me from the bundle of rights that I received when I bought the property. And downzoning my lot would severely impede Mr. Mark Murray's property on Main Street from ever building a substantial mixed-use constructive building. Downzoning Dominic Corsetti's property at number 12 Richardson would reduce his chance of ever having a decent two-family built on his lot because he would not be able to take advantage of the height and setback requirements that the zone has to offer, and which he earned. So my neighbours, I have been putting up with my neighbours and I have been putting up with the sound, smells, and scratch tickets. People just park on the wrong side of Richardson Street and start scratching tickets. But we have gotten used to this, and this is a commercial zone, and we have gotten quite fond of it. And we do not want to be residential. We are, in essence, a buffer between the Main Street properties and the residential community. We are doing the community a favour. The people that created the 150-foot corridor in North Main Street got it right. They had vision, and we should not mess with this zone until a genuine impact study is completed. I think this is a short-sighted, knee-jerk reaction. I think this is a short-sighted, knee-jerk reaction to what's going on the Main Street building by a few individuals who want to stand in the way of progress. I am disappointed that the chairperson, who lives 160 feet from 11 Canal Street and 200 feet from the Japanese restaurant, has not recused himself on Article 11 discussions except for tonight. These two properties are rumoured to be developed soon. Reducing the zone will reduce the chances of ever seeing commercial tax-generating units on Main Street. Reducing the depth of the zone condemns the face of Winchester and the northern gateway to the town to look like crap forever. I hope that the voting members of the town meeting take proper stock of this proposal and the wishes of the 9 lots that want to stay GBD2. I would hope and ask the members of this meeting to hit the pause button on this article and give us all a chance to develop an amicable decision that we all can live with. And then the whole thing can be rolled into a master plan. And let's see. And finally, I'd like to thank Brooke and Cheryl, Dominic, Corsetti for their support and tenacious hard work. I feel that for all their hard work and genuine concern for the future of Winchester, the powers that be are not really listening. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Mr. Deering and Ms. Meister, I think, and then we'll get back there, and hopefully we'll soon be on to, we have a motion to indefinitely postpone that's sitting out there.
Mr. Moderator, I move to
Bring the question? Do you want to move the question?
Yes.
Okay. So is there a second? So the motion to move the question requires a 2/3 vote. Point of order. Yes, sir. There was a motion earlier which wasn't seconded or wasn't given an
you actually have to close that, just one before you get to move on to.
That is the motion for indefinite postponement?
Motion, that came first in order
Yes,
to
it did.
Robert's rules. I think you have to follow it, whether you want, I think, not the work, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, it was ruled out of order at the time, so I think we're clear to consider this. And if this fails, we can certainly come back to that. So the motion to move the question is a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable, so there's going to be no debate on it. If it's passed, the motion is going to cut off all further debate, and we're going to then proceed immediately to the main motion. And if the motion fails, we'll return to continue our debate. So I would ask the tellers to please get ready to count the votes. Yep. So if all those in favor. You're voting to move the question, which will cut off all debate, which will then, in fact, lead us back to the main motion. Yep. No, it's a 2/3 vote, unless town council tells me otherwise. Two-thirds vote. Okay, are we ready? All those in favor, please stand. I'm sorry. You are all those in favor of moving the question, cutting off debate, please vote yes. All those in favor. $20, 17, 22, 19, 20. All those opposed to the motion to move the question, please rise. We're missing one?
You need one more teller?
No, we only have, I have 5, 14, 16. We seem to be missing 23. Thank you. Okay, we had 136 voted, 78 in the affirmative, 58 in the negative. We needed 91 to pass, so the motion fails. So we return to the main motion. Mr. Johnson. Nope, hang on, sir.
Moderator, could we have a clarification on Mr. Conti's motion now? Is it appropriate time to hear that? Indefinite postponement.
I think it is. I think it would be in order at this point. We've heard quite a bit. The motion that was standing and was seconded was a motion for indefinite postponement. This requires a majority vote. Okay. All right. It would be in order to make that motion. Mr. Johnson, do you wish to make the motion? Okay. Thank you for your patience. I think I indicated that earlier.
Sorry, did you give a second?
Yeah, second? Okay, so now we have a motion to indefinitely postpone. This is a majority vote. And if approved, the motion, this main motion, Article 11, will not be considered again until another town meeting. So will not be considered in this town meeting. So the motion on the floor, which is a majority vote, is to indefinitely postpone. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. We return to the... Would like a count? We can do that. Would the tellers please take the vote again? All those in favor of the motion to indefinitely postpone, please stand. Yes. Right. Oh, yes, absolutely.
On the main motion. However, this motion is debatable.
Yes.
So you could have debate on whether, before you take this vote, on whether to indefinitely postpone.
Okay.
If people want to say anything.
Okay. Please sit down again. All right, so the motion to indefinitely postpone has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Yes, sir.
So I just elected as interim.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Hank Lin, 17 Canal Street.
Yes?
Can I?
Yeah, sure. Is this on the motion for indefinite postponement? Okay, we need to consider this motion. If in fact it fails, we can come back and reconsider the main motion. I'd be happy to. I'd be happy if you could take your seat again.
You can only speak on the indefinite postponement.
I know, and that's not what he was to speak on. Is this on the indefinite postponement? Okay.
To Springtown meeting, there's a good chance that permits will be pulled, properties will be coming together, and we're going to go ahead and get another one of these large buildings built. So fundamentally, it's going to seal the fate potentially for a couple of these lots to be pulled together and a building to start. And once it starts, it's there. So the neighborhood, which I'm not in a butter, but I'm in this neighborhood, it's a huge impact to us. So I ask that we continue to have the discussion and we actually vote today. Because in my view, in 6 months, it very well could be too late for a couple of these lots. Thank you.
Hang on one second. Do you want to? Yeah, sure.
Error on the piece regarding what's debatable during indefinite postponement. You can debate the
main
merits
motion as
because
well.
what's up to you is whether or not you want to indefinitely postpone this topic. So you can get into the merits, and so it's up to you with your discretion of how much of a presentation to allow time-wise, but a presentation would be allowable.
On the main motion itself?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. We had a question over here.
In my former career, I did some real estate law, so I'd ask through you, the town council. My understanding is that once there is a publication of a proposed zoning change, that freezes permits and zoning, and the town council could address that. So that would take care of your concern, the fact that this has been published and noticed. Thank you.
Good evening, Art Krieger. There are several types of zoning freezes. The first publication of notice of the planning board's public hearing on a proposed zoning change prevents a landowner from obtaining certain kinds of zoning freezes, namely going to get a building permit or going to get a special permit. It does not prevent a landowner from getting other kinds of zoning freezes, namely filing a subdivision plan, which may or may not be likely with these lots, or filing what's called an approval not required plan with the planning board. So if the anytime before the zoning takes effect, a landowner can can apply for an approval not required endorsement by the planning board, which obtains a certain kind of zoning freeze. It protects the use for 3 years. Okay, so that first publication deadline prevents some freezes, but not the subdivision type freezes.
Given the size of these lots, we're not going to be subdividing them, are we?
Well, that's why I said subdivision may not be likely with these lots, but the other mechanism under the subdivision control law, an ANR endorsement, is as likely with these lots as with any other, and would not be preempted by the publication of the planning board's notice. That would take the new zoning actually taking effect.
So further on the question to the motion to indefinitely postpone? Yes. So the question is, the concern the town meeting member states is that parcels or properties might be bundled together. And Mr. Krieger, if you could.
It's a little hard to answer that in the abstract because I don't know what parcels on which zoning we're talking about. But in general, assembling parcels is a real estate matter. If you can buy adjoining parcels and assemble a larger parcel, that's fine. And then if it meets the zoning and you go in for a building permit, you may be entitled to one if it satisfies the zoning. So the ability to get a building permit would go back to the point that the gentleman raised a moment ago. You cannot get a building permit after the first publication of notice of the planning board hearing on a zoning change if the zoning change is adopted. Obviously, if the zoning change fails or is indefinitely postponed, then anybody's entitled to go in for whatever the zoning permits. So the assemblage of parcels scenario, I can't tell you any more precisely what would happen there without knowing the lot and whether it complies with zoning. But in general, if you assemble a large parcel and go in for a building permit for a large project, the kind of projects that people have been discussing, you will be subject to the new zoning if you do that after the first notice of the planning board's hearing, which has already happened, of course, if the zoning is amended. If the zoning is amended, that landowner will be subject to the new zoning. If the zoning fails, then obviously the old zoning is still on the books.
Further on the motion to indefinitely postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carol Savage, Precinct 5. Would it be in order to amend the motion to indefinitely postpone to be a motion to postpone to a time certain, that being the first order of business of the next session of this town meeting, which is next Thursday, correct?
Well, I would say that would be a different motion, subject to what town council is. Separate motion. So I think we'd like to dispose of the current motion first.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Sliz. I live at 2 Watson Place, which is one of the 9 properties that is currently zoned fully commercial, GBD3. It would be rezoned residential, and I'm in favor of Article 11. And that's because I believe it's in the best interest of my neighborhood and the town of Winchester. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I don't think the people that are for Article 11 have really had as much of an opportunity to speak in favor of it. And by indefinitely postponing this until the next session, you're essentially all saying we're voting against it without hearing all of the arguments.
So if you want to speak, now is your opportunity.
Point of order.
Yes.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's gone. Once this town meeting takes that step, then the first opportunity to consider it again will be at a new town meeting.
So can I make a new motion now?
No.
I can't amend this motion.
You may if it fails.
This motion cannot be amended. But if it passes, the motion to indefinitely postpone passes, it may be reconsidered
Yeah.
at the next town meeting session of this town meeting, not in the spring.
Not in the spring.
It would be able to be reconsidered next Thursday.
So there would, at the next meeting, there would be a motion for reconsideration. Is that what you're saying? At the next session of this town meeting. So the advice of town council is that, in fact, if there is a motion to indefinitely postpone and it passes, at the next session of this town meeting, it would be appropriate for a further motion to be made for reconsideration, which I think would be a 2/3 vote. Is that right? Okay. Yes, Ms. Bauer, and I think we're getting close. On the motion for indefinite postponement.
Yes, my name is Casey Bauer. I live on Border Street. I am curious, before we vote to postpone this, is there any other mechanism by which we can cause sort of a hold on some of the more worrisome types of development without actually changing the zoning before the master plan is completed? I want to know if there's an in-between.
So the question is, absent Article 11, and I think this is directed to the Planning Board, is there any other mechanism to achieve some of the desirable effects of Article 11?
I think the only possibility to achieve the desired effects is some type of zoning change, whether it's something that we've proposed now or some other type of dimensional control, even though that's not preferred. But the point is that outside of a zoning change, I don't see how the planning board could achieve what they had envisioned.
Okay. Ms. Meister.
Okay, I'll just jump in.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be fast. I just want to say that I was elected to the planning board 18 years ago. I was very young. It was the year 2000. And at that time, I remember Sam Stroud. Some of us remember Sam, who is still very much alive, but no longer a resident in Winchester. But the whole goal there was to try to create a more desirable development along Main Street. There was a real concern for the neighborhoods on either side, east and west side of it, about what was happening. And so they brought forward this package. I was elected, as always, in the end of March, and at the end of April was town meeting. And I remember looking at the map, and I said, oh my goodness, there are all these parcels going into the residential neighborhoods. And I was concerned about how that would impact the residential neighborhoods. And what I was told at the time is, but it just would be a bridge too far to change the boundaries of what was then GBD, just General Business District, and that there was so much good about getting that vote from town meeting to create GBD2, GBD3, getting rid of automotive uses, getting rid of industrial. There was change in zone out of industrial use into a GBD zone. So there were a whole bunch of things that were happening, but it didn't change the boundaries. So these parcels have been sitting there for all these years. The development has really picked up recently. If you haven't noticed, it's like there are trucks all over town, and we're concerned about it. It's not my neighborhood, but these are good residential streets, and the impact, as we're now seeing, would be substantial. Furthermore, we're now coming to understand what 40B is all about, and I bet everybody in this room understands what 40B is all about. And any time we add another building of, say, 30 units right now, that we're going to end up further behind in meeting the 10% goal for the affordable housing requirement, 10%. So we just keep adding units and we wouldn't get the affordable units. So for many reasons, we understand very well through multiple studies over many years, going all the way back to the rezoning of 2000, what's going on. And the time is now to deal with those small parcels, and then we'll move forward and try to consider how else to fine-tune what was going on in GBD2 and GBD3. But right now, this is a real simple change. It's just getting those out of GBD and into residential. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yep.
I've listened to a number of different arguments on both sides, and I think that this particular proposal is not ready. And I understand it's so hard to make a decision, but in my heart, it's not ready. And I think indefinite postponement is what is necessary at this time.
Could you tell the town clerk your name, sir? Okay, are we ready for the question? Yeah. Okay, so the question before us is the motion.
Elected as a town meeting member, so to the fellow town meeting members, do you have a mechanism that to protect our neighborhood? That's my question. So I live on the street. In a given afternoon, on our street, in our 300-feet radius, we have 20 kids playing on the street. I want to ask all of you, do we have a mechanism to protect our neighborhood from those developments? That's a question from my heart.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think we're ready for the question. So the motion to indefinitely postpone, this is a majority vote. And all those in favor, please say yay. Yeah. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. Okay, we're going to take a standing vote. If the tellers would please assume your positions.
This is for indefinite postponement.
For indefinite postponement. All those in favor of indefinite postponement, please rise.
Yeah, the non-town meeting members, could you please go to the break? The non-town meeting members. Thank you.
All those in favor, please rise. Five? Okay. All those in favor of the motion? All those in favor of the motion to indefinitely postpone, please rise.
21?
All those opposed to the motion to indefinitely postpone, please rise.
Did you say 4?
4. 21. 18. 38.
Is it a 2/3 or a majority?
This is a majority.
It's a majority. Okay, the yeses are 58 and the no is 81. So the debate is not.
Yeah. Yep. So this was a majority vote. The yeas were 58, noes 81, so the motion to indefinitely postpone fails. So we can return to the main motion. That would be up to town meeting. I'll be encouraging you to do that.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. I would like to make a motion to postpone to a time certain, that being the first order of business of our next session of this town meeting, next Thursday.
The motion has been made to postpone to a time certain, that being the first order of business of the next, what's that?
That's another way of doing it.
This is, excuse me, this is what this motion is about. The motion's been made that we indefinitely, or that we postpone to the next order of business at the next session of this town meeting.
Yes.
Is that a majority vote? It's by a majority vote. It's been seconded. Further on this motion, Mr. Conti?
Meeting members, what will this achieve? We've had a lengthy debate tonight. You want to repeat this again next week? This is ridiculous. What are we debating? You know, we have endless debates by postpone it. Let's take a vote on it tonight.
Well, you have a first and a second. So
We have a first and second. It's on the floor. Motion has been made. Yes, sir. And then we're going to hopefully move quickly to this.
If we are continuing till next week, I just want to separate some of the issues here. I think the primary issue of resolving the past zoning and those slivers is there. There are several neighbors that have been disproportionately impacted by the second part of this question. And if we are continuing until next Thursday, I would just encourage those members, some of them spoke tonight, to engage in a conversation with the planning board between now and then to say, can we look for another resolution by voluntarily committing to some setbacks or some other resolution just for those parcels. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Further on the motion to postpone to the first order of business of the next session of this town meeting. This is a majority vote. Are we ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to postpone to the first order of business of the next session of this town meeting? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. Challenge it. This has been challenged. If you could hold your seats, it's been challenged. Hold your seats. We're going to take a vote. We will now do a standing vote. The motion has been made to postpone further consideration of this of the main motion until the first order of business at the next session of this town meeting, which is on Thursday, November 15th. All those in favor of that motion, please rise.
That's a majority. Poor Tom.
9.
What happened to Peter? Peter must have some kind of a conflict. He must own property or something like that.
21.
That's being considered, so that's the only reason he would recuse
29.
himself.
45. All those opposed to the motion to postpone the main article until the first order of business at the Thursday session, November 15th of this town meeting. All those opposed, please rise. 4. (104) having voted in the affirmative, 35 in the negative, the motion passes. I think the town moderator will adjourn the meeting. Yeah.
Thanks, Tom. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Yep. Yes. Give me a count. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching your live coverage of the fall town meeting for town of Winchester, session number 1, November 8th, 1918. I'm Alan Iden. We're here at the Winchester High School, and if you just tuned in, a long marathon meeting for this first session. So let's quickly recap what happened during the first part, which was reports from the town committees. We heard from, just brief moment, with Lisa Wong, the new town manager, who did not give a report, but just said she felt immediately welcomed, incredibly welcomed, rather. We heard from Lance Grenzebach, chairman of the select board, talking about some of the progress on lights installed at Skillings and Knowlton Fields, traffic issues of the town, housing, creation of a housing production plan, the $55 million that it's going to require to rebuild the train station, fortunately not coming from the town. State of the town, he said we're at a tipping point in growth, that the town needs new revenues to keep services, which will probably result in a general override vote next March. Population peaked in the 70s and went down, but is now growing and is predicted to reach about 23,000 by the year 2020. We heard from school committee chair Chris Nixon, said the school graduated 315 graduates in 2018. He commented on the 3 new classrooms are now working at McCall, and phase 2 for another 6 classrooms should be ready by the fall of 2020. Obviously, Lynch and Morocco schools are on a list for consideration by the Mass School Building Authority for assistance to rebuild those as the next 2 schools in the town needing reconstruction. He said Winchester is growing at a faster pace than the state or the nation. Capital Planning reported on the need for referred to the capital and building stabilization funds and said that because of the large amount of building projects, the building stabilization fund is only servicing debt and not creating and not funding new projects at this time. He said there are $11 million in critical school repairs over the next 5 years. The planning board referred to responsible and responsive development, responsible being considering the character of the town and responsive to the needs of the town. He said in the center business district, since the rezoning was done, 63 new residential units are under construction or proposed, and no new commercial units in the center business district. He said that the planning board is working on a new master plan. Supposedly, they hope to have ready by spring of 2020. Finance Committee talked about the $1.3 million surplus and 4% growth in revenues and expenses from last year. After recess, we came back and 2 articles were quickly passed. The Article 3 was to reduce the number of seats required for an all-alcohol license in a restaurant from 100 and 100 for all alcohol and 70 for beer and wine to 30. That was amended, proposal by Anthony Conti to amend that to 24 seats. We heard from the select board that they felt this would encourage more small businesses and more diverse selections in the way of restaurants in town. Mr. Conti proposed to amend that down to 24 seats, and that passed. The next, that was Article 3. Article 4 was to create the possibility of up to 6 licenses. Both of these articles, by the way, have to be sent to the state and approved by the state legislature. So town meeting is merely voting to send them there to be approved. Article 4 would grant licenses to nonprofits to serve alcohol without food, up to 6 of them. Currently, these nonprofits have to apply for a one-day license, one at a time. They're limited to 30 per name per year. So organizations that were cited were the Right Lock Farm, the Griffin Center, and the Historical Society of the Sanborn House that run events that would serve alcohol and currently have to apply for a one-day license every time they do it, which is limited to 30 applicants per year. That was also passed very quickly. The issue being discussed as we close the meeting here was Article 11, which is a proposal from the Planning Board to rezone Upper Main Street, and that would be Main Street from Skillings Road to the Woburn line, creating a 150-foot buffer in the Planning Board's view, to protect the residents of the neighborhood, the abutters to the commercial properties on Main Street, which require no setbacks or for commercial zoning. The moderator, Peter Haley recused himself. Not sure why, but I would imagine it's because he may own some property in that area. Former Selectman Tom Howley came in as the temporary moderator. He encouraged all the speakers to be courteous. Then we heard from the Planning Board that it is a historic area. The goal of the Planning Board zoning was to protect neighborhoods. It was requested by the residents to preserve the neighborhood character, and that was a priority. The current zoning has no setbacks or minimum lot areas or green space on the commercial properties that are on Main Street. There's no affordable housing requirement outside of the Center Business District. The Select Board said the area is transitioning from commercial to residential, and they are in favor of it. We heard from Anthony Conti. He was concerned they were creating non-conforming uses. He moved to indefinite postponement, which at that time was not considered. We heard from numerous residents of the area who were opposed to it. We had Cheryl Pierce, a Water Street resident, made a presentation and said, and as several members of the residents who were opposed, that this should be part of a master plan and not just, they accused the Planning Board of rushing this through without consideration. And she said they were taking away property rights of the owners, the homeowners in the area, which will devalue, in their words, devalue their homes and the neighbors' homes. Bob Deering moved the question to cut off debate, and that failed. Jim Johnson moved to indefinitely postpone it. That failed. And finally, a motion here at 11 o'clock at night was to postpone it to consideration, first item of consideration, next Thursday. So no motion, no movement on Article 11. Some very vocal proponents and very vocal opponents. Proponents are afraid that even postponing it to a spring town meeting would allow undesirable development in the area. There were several comments on some new, large, oversized new building being put there. The residents and the abutters are concerned about losing some of their property rights and feel that the town planning board did not give adequate notice of this and adequate consideration, and again, they said it should be part of a master plan. So that would wrap up our coverage for tonight. Again, November 8th, the first session of Winchester's Fall Town Meeting. Next session will be next Thursday. We will be covering that live here at Winchester High School. So all of us at the WinCam team, I'm Alan Iden. Thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for staying up this late.